that's obsolete city ordinance needs to be taken off. City ordinance about taking the line number 46 from forward.
This would be more.
And the back of the streets.
What's that?
Would be back or front or both?
Harder.
She wants
the jurisdiction.
Yes. Yes.
Again, no main.
I mean, that's really what she. Well, her thing is.
You're not on the move.
Notice all the free trucks?
Yeah, where are they going?
They're going to Thornbrook. You're going into, they're coming from 46. Somebody go to the front of.
They're going to the new subdivision. Couldn't go down Blanco.
Well, I think the trucks are coming from 281.
And 46.
Texas.
Where's their? Oh, they're up 281, right?
Yeah, they're up 281.
Go down Bulverde.
The only thing did you know that's about electric they cover concrete trucks, which is 18-wheelers pulling trailers. There's no through truck. City ordinance for Bulverde Road, hillside.
So you use Grand Road, but not constructed that time. So
I am too. Yeah, so you run under a neighborhood.
Oh, really? Yes. Yes.
All right, everybody, good evening. Before we get started tonight, Commissioner Lilly is going to join or lead us in the invocation this evening.
We pray for wisdom, for strength, for courage to do what is right and good for all citizens. May we put the interests of others above our own. May we act with love for the common good. May we be good neighbors, recognizing our image. Every person here.
Amen.
Amen. All right, I have 6:01 is the official start. Start the pledges. Pledge allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Czech flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Okay, looks like we have everyone in attendance this evening. Thank you everyone for joining us tonight. Hopefully it won't be too long, but if it is, that's okay. We're here for that. And then we have about 3 items this evening to take care of. City staff, anything we need to talk about before we get started today?
No, ma'am.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started. So, first regular agenda item, we're going to consider the approval of the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting minutes from September 2nd of 2025. Anyone have any notes?
Yeah, number 4, 2.4 was not correct.
2.4.
Oh, the motion. The motion language. I can correct that. Yes. Okay.
Oh, got it. Perfect. Any others? Okay. Does anyone like to make a motion about the approval with this one correction?
I move that we approve the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting minutes from September 2nd, 2025 with the correction on item 2.4 as stated.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion passes. All right, moving on, item 2.2, hold a public hearing to consider a request by Eric Gomez on behalf of Bulverde Village Holdings LP for approval of the variance to section 17.06.0105 of the City of Laverne Code of Ordinances related to tree protection measure requirements at 2541, 2545, and 2549 Laverne Road, Laverne, Texas 78163.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission. This request is by Chisholm Cook and Eric Gomez for a variance to the city's tree preservation ordinance related to construction activity allowed within the drip line of a tree. Just as a reminder, the drip line of a tree is a calculation of the ground area surrounding the trunk of a tree. For example, a 10-inch tree would have a 10-foot drip line radius. A 20-inch tree would have a 20-foot drip line radius, and so forth. The city's tree protection measures ordinance states if a foundation, street, or alley pavement, utility line, septic system, pool, tennis court, patio, sidewalk, driveway, or parking lot must be constructed within the drip line of a tree and must be constructed under the supervision of a certified arborist, and that those structures cannot be closer than 5 feet from the trunk of the tree. The ordinance goes on to state that parking lots and driveways under the drip line of a tree must be constructed of pervious material. This variance request relates to the same site and project that the commission reviewed at the July P&Z meeting. The commission recommended approval of the drip line portion of that variance, but council ultimately denied the drip line request at the July special council meeting. The applicant is back with a more refined request to the drip line restrictions in the ordinance. Instead of requesting blanket authorization of encroachments into all drip lines of every tree on the site, he has isolated and highlighted the requested encroachments, as you can see on this site plan. On the site plan, the applicant has depicted portions of drip lines containing encroachments. The blue color indicates encroachments for proposed drainage structures. The pink color indicates encroachments for driveways and parking lots. And the green color indicates encroachments of foundations. To summarize the request, the applicant is requesting a variance to the drip line restrictions for the specified list of trees. The applicant is requesting a waiver from the 5-foot distance requirement from the trunk of a tree where existing encroachments already exist. And the applicant is requesting a waiver to the permeable material requirement to allow for the construction of impermeable blacktop within the drip line of those specified trees. As you can see here, this is blocks 1 and 2, and then this is a lot of existing stuff, and then back here is the proposed portion. If you have any questions for me about the staff report, I can answer, and the applicant is here to answer questions about the project.
Were you present for the city council meeting when?
I was, yes.
Do you remember possibly any conversation about why the drip line?
I think that they went into executive session on this, and then they came out and voted. So I don't know if there was. I guess there was conversation before, but amongst the council.
This was a little while ago. My recollection was they were not comfortable with the scale of the request the first time through. There may have been other issues. Like I said, it's been months. That's all that stands out to me.
So I remember some of the original applications about the fee in lieu.
Well, that
Is that
that
the
was
same
a
one?
separate action item.
It's the same.
Mhm.
item.
And they were considered at the same meeting.
Okay.
That one was modified and approved.
Okay. So that portion of it was just the strip line.
This one drip line amendment was not.
Okay.
Or that one. This technically is different.
Do you have any questions for city staff?
Does this also include the removal of the 11 trees? It's not just the drip lines or
Of which trees?
the ones they're referred to on page 15, 413.
This is just the request for the drip line.
Yeah, this is just drip line. This is
Okay.
not mitigation and tree removal.
They-
That was on the
They
past.
can go remove whatever trees they want. They just have to pay to replace them.
Okay, this doesn't cover that part.
Right, yeah, this is just drip line.
Thanks.
What was the applicant?
Hi, my name is Eric Gomez. Good evening. I'm an attorney, but I assure you, I actually do serve the Lord, despite that. Yeah, I wasn't present for the first application, but what I understand is that, as Mr. Batts stated, the first variance request was broad and encompassed the whole project. Here we have narrowly tailored it because we listened to city council and identified specific trees that are going to be impacted and identified those trees. And the heart of this matter is really we have an obligation to provide access to EMS. The access needs to be as direct as possible. It needs to be efficient, especially when every second can make the difference between life and death. Commercial projects, as opposed to many residential, carry with them special health and safety concerns, right? So access to emergency services is paramount and important. We are required by the code to provide this access in several citations. I don't want to cite those, but I have provided in the application. We're also required by the code to collect stormwater, to treat that stormwater so that we don't impact our neighbors, so that we take care of surface and groundwater. We're required to do that by the code. The problem is that those infrastructure requirements take up quite a bit of space. And a unique feature of the site, if you might recall, is that's an urban forest. There's 650 trees, 34 trees per acre. If you can see the map, and it's zoned commercial, so the city has determined that this project is ideally fit for a commercial purpose. And we have tried every kind of way to draw the access and put the detention facilities in places where it impacts the least amount of trees. I know the map looks like, like the Death Star and how the Jedi are going to fly in and blow it up. It's kind of hard to tell from back here, but the access meanders and it contains these roundabouts, and the detention facilities have these quirky shapes because they are avoiding trees. We have tried, it's cheaper to draw a straight line and to create a perfect rectangle. But we have tried really hard to avoid as many trees as possible. Despite those intentions, we've got to provide access. We've got to provide stormwater facilities, and they've got to go somewhere, or there just can't be a commercial project at the site. And that's impossible here because of the number of trees without impacting the drip lines. What might be easier is for us to come up and just ask to remove all these trees. But we don't want to do that. We want the trees to be there. It's part of our plan to have something that meshes with the natural environment. I think that's part of the character of the city of Bulverde. So the way that we see that happening best is by granting this variance. We can accomplish both goals. We can keep the trees in place. We can provide the health and safety infrastructure that we're required to, and this project can go forward. As a final consideration, I think it's important that we all recognize that the creator of this project lives here. There's a family behind this who's raising kids here, and they're involved in this community. They participate in nonprofits. This isn't a faceless corporation that's coming in, trying to take advantage and maximize profits and move on to the next town. What's happening here is going to impact their family, and they're trying really hard to do right in this project. And this honorable commission granted this variance when it was much broader the last time. It's narrower now, more specific, and all we're asking is that you offer us the same consideration and grant this variance request, and see if we can go to council and get it approved this next time. So,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any questions?
So the driveway on this one is pretty much original, right? Like
Yes,
it's in, but then when you go to the next lot, that's all new in there.
It's new. There's a compacted dirt road for a good bit of it. It's interesting. You get city by city. I worked at the city of Austin for a long time, and they would consider compacted dirt or compacted decomposed granite to be impervious. But the different cities are different for different reasons. There's a compacted dirt road on lot number 3. But yeah, for lot 2, it is a pocked. I mean, if you go out there and see it, it is a pocked, asphalty, crumbly, not safe for the general public, in my opinion, existing asphalt road that needs to be resurfaced and improved as quickly as possible.
Questions?
Yeah, it says TCQ considers compacted dirt impervious cover. That's where we can.
Yeah, that's true.
I
got it.
think that's pretty sure.
I've got another meeting just like this in front of them. Yeah, you're right.
I think one thing that was super interesting was the letter from the arborist that you guys were able to get, and the conversation within that letter about pervious cover, and how a lot of times it can do more harm than good due to how deep we need to dig that out, and I think they're talking about the moisture and retaining heat and all these types of things in terms of pervious cover, which got me thinking. I mean, there's some other things that we need to think about or look at. Obviously, all of us up here, we're not professionals when it comes to arborist or installing a pervious cover. So I appreciate you guys doing the due diligence of that study and including that in your packet. So thank you.
Just thank you for mentioning that. We are actually required by the code, if we're going to be within the drip lines, to have a certified arborist supervise this project. They've gone out of their way to find the best one we could find.
Okay.
She's done a heck of a job. She's actually recommending to use the structure that's there because the best course is the least invasive. The trees have already adapted to what's out there. So repurpose that, resurface it, use that. It's according to her, it's much more harmful to have to strip that up. Even with pervious materials, you have to go down, like you said, a few feet, hitting roots and stuff like that. So yeah, thank you for mentioning that.
Thank you. All right, we don't have any public comment on this matter at all. If no one has any other questions, we can discuss amongst ourselves or a motion is made. What are you guys thinking or seeing on this one?
I have one quick question. How much more is this costing you than it would be to just? I mean, how many square feet is the building? All the buildings together, 30,000. 35,000. So, how much more is it to do it this way than building a one big 35,000 square foot building in a parking lot? Right.
We didn't even look at the other option because we were trying to do it this way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I was just curious if you guys had looked at it that way, because I see what you're trying to do here. And then, I'm just trying to see what the cost would be if you did it, because then you could take all the building trees out by right, and you only have to replace the parking lot. Okay. No, I was just curious if you had a number on that. But just really what the percentage difference is to do it this way versus that way.
That's what I remember from last time too. The conversation we were having of how thankful we were that someone locally was coming in and trying to do their best for preserving these trees. So, and I do always appreciate having more information too. So thank you for providing that as well.
Yeah, I just struggle because it seems like doing it this way is
Definitely more expensive.
more expensive.
Yeah.
Right. That's why, I think we looked at it last time and kind of came to the same conclusion.
Yes. I appreciate the fact that where you said you stood up there and practically reached in his pocket and pulled out a check. We didn't have to beat him up for it, So,
but I mean, this narrows the scope a lot, and if that's a concept issue, I think this is worth putting back in front of them to have that, let them have that discussion. Again, similar to kind of some of the other stuff we've been looking at. When it's super broad, you want carte blanche, it's a little tough to say yes, but this is much more specific. So.
It's also the first one that we're not talking about removing trees.
Yeah.
We're simply talking about.
Well,
So.
yeah.
I mean, they already got that part through. I understand what they're doing here.
Yeah.
They're saying, hey, we might cause more harm than good to these trees by doing this.
No problem.
Okay. Would anybody like to make a motion? I'll do it.
I make a motion to city council for approval of a variance to section 17.06.010 of the city of Bulverde Code of Ordinances related to tree protection and measurement requirements at 2541, 2545, and 2549 Bulverde Road, Bulverde, Texas, 78163.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Right, 2, 3, hold a public hearing and consider a recommendation to the city council on a request by Melanie Norris on behalf of EDI Goldsmith for the approval of a special use permit to allow the use of a water booster pump station located at 1015 East Almond Road, Bulverde, Texas, 78163.
Yes, good evening. This is a request by Freeland Turk on behalf of the Goldsmith Development for the use of a water booster pump station. A pump station is considered a public utility and requires a special use authorization in all zoning districts. The applicant is proposing a pump house and 2 500,000-gallon ground storage tanks on this 1.1-acre residential lot off East Almond Road. At the July P&Z meeting, this item was tabled by the commission with a request that the applicant provide answers to the questions asked at the meeting. These questions related to the capacity needed to reinforce existing systems versus future development, different types of screening options, the number and size of tanks planned for the site, where the closest groundwater source is located, and what the protocol would be for tank failure. The applicant has provided the answers to these questions listed in the supporting documents in this package. If you have any questions about the staff report, please let me know. The applicant with Freeland Turk is here. I believe a TW representative is here as well.
Thank you. Any questions for city staff? Looks like the applicant come up, please.
Good evening, Commission. My name is Aliskar with Freeland Turk Engineering Group, here on behalf of Texas Water Company. We appreciate the opportunity to return this evening regarding the special use permit for the booster pump station within the Goldsmith subdivision off Bannon. At the last meeting, you posed several questions for us to review and respond to. We prepared that information for your consideration and are here to provide a clarification as needed. With me tonight are Ted Bryant and Heath Woods with Texas Water. So some of the concerns that you guys had included screening, how much will be used for future development from these tanks, tank size options. So I'll touch on a few of those. As far as screening, we're proposing a concrete panel fence. You can kind of see a picture of it there in our buffer plan. So for the breakdown, as far as how many million gallons are going to be used to reinforce the existing system, the primary focus and goal of this pump station is to provide reliability for the Texas Water's entire system, and you'll be able to see that in one of our other exhibits. The initial construction of this is going to provide pumping and storage for Goldsmith, Bell Oaks, Glenwood, and Park Village subdivisions that are, located west Comal County. Bell Oaks being within the city limits. So how much will be used for future development? Texas Water does not control future development, but needs to be proactive with the preparation. They have an obligation to serve future customers. You guys asked about size options for the site, whether we could do 1 or 2 tanks, restricting gallons in height. So initially we had discussed 50 foot in height. So we're proposing 25 to the dome reference line. So in total, that'd be about 35 foot total height and around 60 foot diameter. And the reason we proposed 2 tanks is for redundancy and for maintenance. So we could take one tank down, work on the other as needed if, leaks and maintenance as needed. You guys asked about the closest groundwater source for Texas Water to the city of Bulverde. We mentioned the Panther Drive well station is the closest site. That site primarily serves that development, and most of the water is coming from the Park Shores development, Park Shores water treatment plant. You asked about protocols for tank failure. While tank failures are extremely rare, it's important to note that these tanks are subject to strict regulations by TCEQ. So they'll be mandating and inspecting those tanks. They'll be visited daily. And Texas Water's standard for new tanks are now we're using a concrete tanks, a lot more safe. Any questions?
I have just a quick one. So you're mentioning the 2 tanks, so that one is available for maintenance. So only one is going to be filled with water, and then the others just be empty
No.
all the time, or?
So initially, we're proposing to construct one for this phase, and then another one will come soon after. But the main reason that 2 tanks are used is to provide some redundancy in case of failures or extenuating circumstances.
Got it. So they'll both be full, so there really won't be room in another one.
Right.
You have to drain it.
But it gives us that leeway to be able to, if something were to happen, or if we need to do maintenance on one, we can drain one and momentarily use the other one.
Yeah, I can piggyback on that. I'm Pete Woods. I'm the director of engineering at Texas Water. I've been with Texas Water 7 years. I've lived in Bulverde 20 years, so yeah, I've seen the change. This project is part of building our system, building redundancy, building resiliency. Currently, the Bell Oaks area is a standalone fed from a single point of water from GBRA. So this project will be involved in connecting it to our overall Park Shores water system, which is our largest water treatment plant on the north side of the lake that feeds all the way down into southern Bulverde. So it'll give us operational flexibility to take GBRA water in different locations, be able to move surface water, throughout our area. We've met with the mayor recently. I think the relationship between the city and the water company when I started 7 years ago was very disconnected. We've had some really good meetings with the mayor recently to try to reconnect and let you guys know what we're doing, what's going on with our overall system. We have a lot going on throughout our overall system. We have large water supply projects that are currently under construction that's going to bring more water to our overall system. We have large pipeline projects like the one on Ammon Road that's interconnecting our different water systems so that we can move water throughout. If we have wells that go dry, we can supplement with surface water and vice versa. And we also have projects that we're looking with GBRA that are out 2030, 2040 that's bringing water from the coast. So there's a lot of overall master planning, and at these sites, if that project with GBRA does move forward, this is going to be a key site in delivery and movement of water. So it's a lot bigger than any one subdivision. It's improving the entire area for all of y'all's residents, all of our customers. So, and also, we've developed standards on our facilities in the last 5 to 6 years. We don't have the voltage steel tanks that are in 10 years, they're falling apart, leaking and all that. We spend the money on these concrete tanks that are very expensive in the beginning, but to me, they look good, they last, and safe. Fences, we do have a standard of fence. That's not our current standard of fence, but when we're coming into a situation where there's houses next door that this used to not be there, this is the standard that we're looking at. Our typical standard is 8-foot green vinyl chain link fence. And so this is the kind of thing that we're willing to do to be good neighbors and try to screen as much as possible. Our buildings, we're not building a metal building that's fallen apart in a few years. These are split face CMU block wall that's tan on the outside. It looks very similar to most houses around with concrete roofs. So anyway, we have a lot of upgraded standards based on our current facilities, and we can certainly share locations of some of those newer facilities if anyone wants to go take a look at them. They're nice.
Thank you. So you mentioned that this is going to connect to the big station that's north of the lake that comes all the way down to 281. Do you see this also them providing and then you also coming from the coast, but you also said providing, any future expansion, like towards the west, like towards Bernie or anything further.
The current, there's no current planning on that right now.
Okay.
Yeah, really the projects that we have going on right now, where that blue line starts, that's the Park Shores plant on the north side of Canyon Lake. And that water comes all the way around. It's about 20, 23 miles to get to here. And I know we talked about the Panther well. I don't even know if that's online right now. I mean, most of the wells on the south side of the, or down in this area are struggling big time. And so it's a blessing that we have that plant. We've upgraded over the last 5 years all of our line on 306. We're working on the last phase of 281, a bigger, more redundant, instead of PVC, we're using ductile iron so that we can deliver that water more consistently than we have in the past. That's honestly one of the biggest outage reasons is breaks along that 281 line.
So I have a couple questions, just for clarification. So what's the main purpose of putting this facility here?
It is to boost water from this pressure zone. It's a lower pressure zone that's up into a higher pressure zone, which is the elevated storage at Ventana, which serve Bella.
Right.
So then we can deliver water, surface water to Bell Oaks, or we can take that GBRA water at one of our other locations where it's turn out. So it's redundancy.
So the current model, this part is not connected to surface water.
Bell Oaks is not.
So you're either getting
Well, not our surface water. It is surface water, but it comes from GBRA's treatment plant and the Western Canyon line that we have.
Okay, so you're buying that water.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. So it's not coming out. It could come out of the well, but it's not necessarily. It's coming from that.
Right.
And your intention is to shut that off and bring your own surface water in, so you don't have to buy water.
So currently we have with GBRA, we have 4 different what we call turnouts from GBRA. We have 3 in Comal County and 1 in Kendall. Right now we're taking our full allocation from GBRA at the Glenwood turnout because that's their only source of supply. So when we connect these, it gives us flexibility based on
So I guess I'll tell you at least somewhat of my thoughts are. So I think you're getting some pushback on this sort of stuff is right. You guys talk a lot. I went to y'all's meeting. Very happy you guys are here. Thank you for being here. It's been a struggle for us when we ask questions. And so I'm glad that there's a commitment there, and I think working through the merit that's worked well. So I think the main issue is that one thing to be thoughtful of is there's a lot of people in this area that are not your customers. Right.
A lot of 5 acres.
Right. There's a lot of people who have wells and things like that. We're worried about you guys continuing to pull groundwater because we don't have the money that you guys have to go do that sort of thing. If my well goes dry, what am I supposed to do? I don't have a pipeline to tap into those sorts of things. Just kind of asking, I asked the question the last time and kind of asking around this one of why specifically here? I think I know why, and I can understand why. I think Bitter Blue's probably giving you a decent deal on the land and some things like that. But it's just there's specifically a couple of neighbors, right? I appreciate the concrete and stuff, and I'm just trying to kind of figure out. Okay, it sounds like it's a pressure zone issue, is what you're telling us, right? I know that we had the elevated storage tank that came through a while ago and has gone away and may come back. Who knows? So I'm just trying to understand so that for people that live in that area, they can understand why we're doing this when it really doesn't benefit them.
It's a hard sell for properties that aren't our customers.
Right.
I mean, everything that we're doing is to improve for our customers. But it's interesting that we're getting a lot of meter requests from 5-acre lots in that area and larger. So it's I think some of them are wanting to become our customers. But anyway.
No, I mean, I think I think eventually that might be something that has to happen, and I think the city and you guys and those people are going to have to potentially deal with that in the future. And so I guess, I'm more hunting of, okay, this is infrastructure that's not serving the people around it. Is there a different place that we could put it? Not that I have to put it next to somebody else that also lives in the city, but is directly, right? Like they're directly benefiting from it. And so have we looked at other sites in this area? Is this the only site that engineering wise works, or do you see what I'm getting at?
So yeah. So this is a developer agreement that was done long ago. Essentially the developer had to provide this lot.
Mhm.
And it was discussed within the engineering group that which one would be better. This is up by the transmission line, which is essentially the line that's on Ammon Road. So it works the best. And yeah. So but what we're doing as part of any future developer agreement, when we do open developer agreements again, is the developer is going to be responsible for giving us a piece of property that is permitted for our use. Because we're running into this that we go in and we need to build infrastructure on these lots, and then we're getting pushback on what we need to do. And so in the future, we're finding ways that, we're not going to be in this situation. It'll be, you guys will be talking to the developer and figure out where on the property, it works. But this is what we dealt with on this property. So, yeah, certainly we're willing to do all that we can to appease the neighbors and still get the infrastructure that we need to serve our customers.
Go ahead.
On 306, I know that Lennar Homes has Canyon Ranch coming in, that's gonna have 1,500 homes
Yep.
on it. And then also Simmons Ranch on 21 and Spring Branch is gonna have 720 approximately. And then Thornbrook's gonna have 302. So for me, it's that in the looking at your, I wasn't able to attend the meeting, but to see that the lake, it went up when the huge flood happened, and now it's starting to go back down.
Yeah.
I just don't feel that there's gonna be enough water.
Well, so I recognize all of those developments except one, the last one. Which one is that?
It's Thornbrook,
Oh, okay.
Bitterwood.
Oh, yeah, that's right. So essentially, we have a water supply study that was conducted for our service area, and that getting results from that was the reason for pausing development. It wasn't totally the level of the lake. It was a lot of different factors. And so we are looking at that. I'm very proud of the company I work for making that decision to pause development, because we're an investor-owned utility in the business of making a profit. We're capped on profit by the PUC, but I was proud of the company for saying, let's pause, let's get these water supply projects a little farther along, let's get some more water in the lake, and until we start taking on new development. All of those developments it was probably 4, 5, 6 years ago that those agreements were negotiated. The other thing that's coming out in the next couple of months is our water availability report. That's been kind of a hot topic. We've gone through a really good process on this one. We had an advisory committee that included some people that really picked apart our last one, some very intelligent people. And so that's going to come out, and it's going to tell the whole story for the next 40, 50 years of what the water looks like for us.
When was that study completed that you said caused you guys to stop?
It hasn't necessarily been completed because it's going to be a living document that we're going to update every year. But what came out of that is the water availability report that will be a public document that everybody, but that just addresses Comal County because that's for the county and their plat process.
Right. So as this availability report was being produced, you guys saw some of the data and before it being completed, stopped.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we did the same thing in Kendall County. We have a system out on the west side of Bernie. Same thing. 3 years ago, we paused development just because the supply is at a max. So.
It has nothing to do with like needing to have a certain amount of storage. So there's like some requirements that you guys had to have a certain amount of storage.
Well, there's all the requirements from TCQ on the amount of storage, pumping, supply, and none of it was all based mostly on supply. But the thing about our system is so spread out, so many different pressure zones, but they're all kind of interconnected. And again, that's the whole purpose in a lot of these regional projects is if we are right at the peak of supply capacity or pumping in one area and we connect it back to the other area, then they combine and work together. So.
One of the questions that I have also is from someone that emailed in opposition to this project, but they were wondering if it could be designed specifically as a rainwater catchment and harvesting system, which I know it can't, but is there a way to harvest the rainwater? Because there's a big square footage amount of tank there that's going to be taken up. Is there availability to do that?
So generally on rainwater harvesting, all of our facilities that we're building, like new buildings, like our warehouse, like some of our new offices, we're including rainwater catchment. At this point, we're using it for irrigation. We're not, I know there's some ideas and possibilities of using that for public water. We are not involved in that yet. Yeah, it has to rain.
Yes. Well, sometimes it does.
Problem is when it rains, it pours.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Phillips is completely built out, isn't it?
It's not, I mean, it's not built out, but I think all the infrastructure's in.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
I mean, there's still lots that aren't.
until they buy a property next door, like they just did with Unit 9.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I think it's pretty close.
Yeah, all the infrastructure built out, but I don't think every lot is.
It's all with a house on it.
Yes.
Oh, and that's the good example of one of our newer facilities is back in Unit 9. I'm not sure the street name, but the highest point.
Butler.
Yeah. So that's one of our newer facilities and built to our standards. So if anybody wants to go by and look at that.
That one has a steel tank. We'll be doing
Yeah.
concrete.
Yeah.
The building, the pump building would all be very similar.
And typically we're at like 300,000 gallons and below we do
A steel tank.
welded steel, not molten steel. And then anything above that, we're doing concrete.
And all those people have water, right?
Yeah.
That live in Phillips, and
Yeah.
there's human farm.
Yeah, they have very good resilient water, that elevated water tower that everybody hates. When the power goes out, when there's a fire, it's a beautiful thing.
A question for the neighbors, around the immediate areas, the turbines themselves, the pumps, are they fairly quiet?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, the backup generator, I assume that's like a diesel generator?
Yes.
How often do y'all run that? Just
I think they do
monthly run, but I believe monthly that's going an hour or so that they run the generator.
And they're being closed tight. And again, I think we have one at Fellows also, but they're very quiet.
Yeah, they're all insulated.
Yeah.
I've heard some that are not quiet. Yeah. It sounds like a 18 pillar.
Right.
Oh yeah, no, these are all insulated cases. Mufflers.
And there's no lighting on the tower itself, like on the ground tower,
No,
just in the building or around.
yes, just for safety when our people are there checking on things and doing their job. Yeah, so they can see. But it'll be all dark skies, compliant.
Any other questions? Okay, we did have one public comment on this matter. Richard Osborne.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk with y'all briefly. My knowledge of the pressure tank and booster station is somewhat limited. I tried to do some research. I live adjacent to it. I mean, I'm the only house that's physically close to where they want to put their big tanks. It'll say I've been out there. I've been a long time resident for over 20 some odd years. So anyway, am I concerned? Yes. And I feel like I'm losing some of my country feeling because of having a subdivision built next door to me. Yes. But I called TWC. I said, I'd like to go look at a tank, see what y'all are proposing to build. they give me an address over there, Canyon Lake, for Starksville. There's a bunch of tanks. I have no idea which one. And they told me it's gonna be 50 feet high. That's a 5-story building sticking up above the oak trees. I'm on an emotional part. They're hitting me all the facts and figures. And they gave a real wonderful song and dance over at the hotel the other night. There were no questions answered. There was no question and answer session afterwards. Everybody left kind of discouraged after that. But I wanted to physically see what one of the tanks looked like. And we talked about noise. Actually, to be able to hear it. Is it quiet, as they say? Or is it BS? You know, is it going to stick it up way above the trees? The houses are being built next door to me. They're all starting around 900,000 and going up. They will be driving past that all the time. When they put in their pipeline, they took out every tree for about a 30-foot width. I don't know the exact width, but it was wide. The whole, my property line, because I didn't give an easement, they started across the road. They put in their stuff underground, and it was clear all the way up to Leroy Shield and beyond. They stripped out everything. And, you know, does that aesthetically look like Bulverde being a country property? No. But I understand that's progress. You got to let them put in their easements. And see what, happily, I did good because I've got a lot of ancient oaks in the front part of my yard. And I didn't want them to leave. They said, hey, you know, we'll let you hook up to us at no cost if you let us have the easement. I said, did good. I'm glad I did. But anyway, my concern is it changes not only the aesthetics, but the main reason why most of us want to live in the Bulverde area, and why we moved out here from San Antonio and other places.
Fine.
We lose that. So anyway, my point is that should be a consideration. The little map that they show over here.
It was a 3-minute.
I'm sorry.
There's a 3-minute time limit.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
One last comment. The line, they show their line, we're the end of that line. A booster system tells me you're pushing it on past that. People of Bulverde not get the benefit of that. It's the people that are beyond, well, future people are beyond city limits. They're getting the benefit of that, not Bulverde.
Thank you.
With that, thank y'all. I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. And I have 6:46 to close the public comment.
I would like to make a comment.
Did you sign up by any chance? I can't. I'm so sorry.
I'm aware that I thought you would also include the comments that I gave.
The policy that's been, I think, for a few months now has been to sign up at the very beginning. There should be a sign on the door stating that as well. I apologize. Commissioners? Thoughts?
Is there any way that this type of facility could be relocated up to 81 to one of these more densely populated areas that benefits from more storage on hand?
So I'm just gonna, y'all can tell me if I'm making an incorrect statement or not. So what they're trying to do is right now there's service from GBRA for this is its own standalone water system, service from GBRA. What they're gonna do is they're gonna connect to their existing system. They wanna be able to shut off their GBRA source so they're not paying for water. They wanna use their own water that they've got. But because of that, it's gonna leave a low pressure area out there, and they need a booster pump station to boost the pressure. Not saying they're never gonna turn GBRA back on, they might need to. They'd rather than, right, they told us to me, rather than paying for water, expensive water, they would rather use their own water. They need a booster system in order to do that. And it also would provide pressure back through the system to go to other parts. Did I say it?
Yeah, essentially,
wrong?
so that area, Hammond and Bulverde Road, that's a much lower elevation than Glenwood or than Bell Oaks is currently. So it's essentially boosting into that pressure zone.
So they,
So it couldn't be relocated. I mean, it would have to be within the vicinity of that 24-inch water line. And
Yeah, it really needs to go in, ideally would go before the Thornbrook subdivision to be functionally.
they're right. Thornbrook and Bell Oaks.
so, but just to be clear, you don't need it right now to service who you have service now,
That's correct.
right? Just,
But they have no redundancy.
they have no redundancy right now.
And they being y'all citizens.
Yeah, so Bell Oaks and Taunton, I'm assuming is certified. That's not in our, that's not in the city.
Yeah, Glenwood,
Glenwood.
Montana, Bell Oaks. Yeah.
So it's really just Bell Oaks and, or in Glenwood that are.
And people on wells don't have any redundancy.
How long does it take to build the system? What do you think? Park Management?
12 to 18 months.
I'm feeling conflicted personally. It's this hard balance of growth and development in the city and progress, but also, like you were saying, not wanting to hinder the neighbors that are around that do have wells and that aren't benefiting from this system.
Y'all don't think you're gonna be opening up, or opening new contracts until like the middle of next year, or what do
We're
y'all?
not putting a date on it at this point because one factor, easements on an off-site line that we're trying to bring that water supply project back, which we're making really good progress. But the other is lake. I mean, yeah, it came up 13 feet or so with the flood. But we need more. We need more. So we don't control that very well. So.
Yeah.
And then another thing about the meeting that we had at town hall, that was just that was the first initial getting the mayor, getting us together. We didn't put the format together, but it was the initial one. There's going to be many more, especially again as the water availability report comes out. We're going to visit with y'all. We're going to visit with Comal County and the EDF and some others, and just talk about the regional water supply because it's constantly changing too. There's well fields that come available that we start looking at. There's water coming from the coast. We're looking at every opportunity to shore up our water and make sure that our existing customers have water.
I have one last thing I wanted to ask you about. You did mention it's a 25-foot tank and 35 maybe to the top of the dome.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted that clarification for this gentleman because he was thinking it was 50 feet. Okay, and they're talking about two separate tanks at a lower elevation. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
And the other thing with the concrete tanks, but really with any tank, there's an optimal diameter to height ratio when it comes to cost. And so we try to go with that. But you know, if there's a limit on the height that the city ends up wanting, we'll put that height on it. But if we can make it work with the site, but it just drives up the cost. And when the costs get higher, our ratepayers pay that. Our customers pay for that. So we try to build things to the optimum to save costs for our ratepayers.
So the sizes y'all have in here are the optimal size? Is what you're saying?
Yeah, that's a pretty optimal size
There's a range
for a $500,000.
What's the lowest height to still be optimal?
I think that's the one with 30.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
about the lowest.
Because the other ones are like 36 to 40 that we have.
And that's a 60-foot diameter tank. So yeah, we keep expanding outward, and size constraints of the site get difficult, and
I think all the technical answers are perfect, and I'm very comfortable that you know what you're doing. I wish that sometimes the marketing department or the PR department at TWC would step up a little better. Like this gentleman right here, I think he would have felt a lot better if somebody would have given him better answers and maybe, you know, taken a few extra minutes with him to alleviate his fears and so forth. And I also think we were told, and correct me if I'm wrong, we have city councilman here that can correct me, but we were told that we needed to submit our questions for this TWC meeting by September 18th to Ms. Ham, and then there would be a question and answer period at the meeting, and that didn't take place. And so everybody's sitting there going, hey, you know, and so I know there was some disappointment, and there was some comments that it was a song and dance for Dog and Pony Show because they weren't direct. There was no direct input. So I don't have a question about the technical expertise. I have a question about the way your message is being transmitted to some of the local citizens, and I think that could be better. But at the same time, you know, we don't have the town newspaper anymore where you can put all that stuff in the town newspaper. You have to put it online, and then you got to find it. So that was just a comment, I think.
Yeah.
And that was Fred's comment there that we want to alleviate his fears.
Yeah, and you know, the conversation with the mayor, that was one of the big points, is the communication from us and the transparency and letting us know what we're doing, why we're doing it, and we do have to improve with that. And even like with Bullwater and things like that, they keeping the city in the loop, and so there's definitely an effort to try to improve. I think we have improved over the last couple of years, but we still have.
Well, you have some things down pat. I'll be floating around in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico, or I'll be in Europe, and I'll get a phone call saying that, gee, there's a water break on Triple Peaks, and I'm going to be without water for 4 hours. You know, so that part you've got down pat. The part about, gee, telling the guy that who's next door to the tank you're building how tall it's going to be, you know, there may be a gap.
So last one for me. This particular pressure zone that you guys are talking about, how many customers does that pressure zone serve? Roughly.
That's a good question.
Like rough order of magnitude, like 1,000? So you got 300 in Thornbrook. I don't remember how many in Bella.
About 300
in Thornbrook, and you got another 300 or 400 in Bella.
Yeah, so I'd say somewhere around
1,000,
900.
Okay.
Close to that.
Yeah.
So what size is this booster pump station sized for?
That, and I wish we had our design engineer that had COVID, couldn't come tonight.
Yeah, the pump station's designed for known development. So it's sized to serve all the known development in that pressure zone.
Okay, so you're telling me that this is, so that if there was another development that got approved, you're gonna have to build another pressure station.
Possibly. Or we could expand with the second
Got it.
tank. And additional pump. We would need pumping upgrades.
Yeah, we don't have anything else out in that area at all as far as new development goes on the radar.
Well, I mean, today, right?
Yeah,
We get it.
right.
I want to interject here and make sure everybody understands that what's being requested and potentially authorized is going to be the limit of what you'll be able to do. You won't be able to circle back and expand this facility without an amendment to your SUP. So make sure everybody was aware of that.
Yeah, and I would only say, just for one little sales side of things, no earlier than would be a great date when people ask you for a date. Right? I get it, you can't tell people, but like the water availability report's not gonna be able to December, and you know, there's no way we're doing any new developments. Just saying, hey guys, it's not gonna be anytime before December. Don't worry about it. You know, that sort of thing. So on the community, I know your communication structure is that might be a good one to be like, hey, not doing anything at least 6 months because we got these things we got to get in front of us. So we can
that would help me because I get all the calls from developers.
I'm sure you
do. If it rains, if the lake goes up a little bit, my phone starts blowing up. Like, no.
Call me tomorrow. I'll get it. So, all right, thanks.
Okay.
I don't have any word for them.
I know how.
I mean, to Danny's point, I mean, I think in the future for expansion, it'd be hard to turn down expansion because the facility's already there.
I don't know about that. So what they're saying is, they're saying that now every new development, they're gonna have to segregate off pieces of property to do these sorts of improvements. So a new development's gonna have to give them a spot for a booster pump or elevated storage or whatever they need.
Which is not a bad thing.
No, preferable. So, I mean, again, the development should bear the cost
Exactly.
or the visual problem
That-
come with
That's the whole idea of mud taxes and mud districts and things like that.
Don't wish that on us. That's a whole other.
No. I live in Houston. I do time infant, you know.
But yeah, no, that's great. So that's the thing. So, it's really.
Quick question, you had mentioned that initially you're gonna build one tank, one booster pump. You've got 2 tanks here listed, and you'll need to come back here again and have another pump approved if you need that capacity. Is there any need for that second tank at this level of approval? Could you get by with 1 tank and 1 pump?
One tank and 2
So-
pumps, I think is what you're asking.
Yeah, we don't have one, we never have one pump, we have to have 2 pumps.
The way I understood it, you guys correct me if I'm wrong, it's 1 tank, 2 pumps with the authorization to do an additional tank and an additional pump.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so for a total.
Yeah.
Basically 1 for each tank and then 1 redundant.
One back.
Between the 2. And they're gonna put 2 in first because they need a redundant 1 for just.
Yeah, because with TCEQ, you have to have what's called firm yield.
Yeah.
Which firm yield is, if your largest pump is down, what is your capacity? And so if you only have 1 pump, you have no firm yield and you're not in compliance.
The slogan used to be, if you have one, you have none. If you have 2, you have 1.
That's it. When it comes to pump.
It was for pins and bullets.
I know,
So I'm a definite no as it sits currently. I'm debating whether we give them the 1 tank and 2 pumps, and if they want to expand later for future development, then have them potentially come ask for it, but I'm not even sure 100% there. That's my 2 cents.
do they, for the amount of customers this is servicing, do they need that big of a tank?
I don't know.
We're just going off what they told us.
Yeah, I don't do that type of engineering. I do the other kind. So yeah, I don't do force water or water main stuff. So yeah, I think the thing that we're kind of in my mind evaluating right is they're currently buying water that costs them a lot of money.
It costs our customers a lot of money right now.
It costs our customers a lot of money, right? And so putting this in allows them to use their own water at a lower cost, right? It provides some redundancy within the system because they can use 2 sources of water versus 1.
I'm personally not a customer of yours, because I'm on a well, but for the customers that are paying a heightened rate right now due to some of the purchased water, how are you guys capturing that data? And is it all the water that they're using, no matter where the source is coming from? Is that a heightened rate right now, or is it only the certain water that's purchased?
I'm not an expert in our rates. We deal with engineering and get.
I'll tell you what I know.
Okay.
I have an office in Canyon Lake. I live here in Fort Verde. I'm on a well. So my office in Canyon Lake for 4 years, from the middle of COVID till about June, I was paid $44 a month. All right. I don't go to my office very often, and the meter's turned off at the street. So even though I've not used a gallon of water in 4 years, I'm paying $44 a month. Now, the rate just went up to $50.16 in June. So now I'm paying $50
Just for your meter fee.
Just my meter fee, right? And the first 2,500 gallons of water. Right.
So you're paying for 2,500 whether.
Right. I pay for 2,500 gallons whether I use it or not. So the increase went up as per, in June, as per conditions, necessitated. So I would say that they put a surcharge on there, but, it was, went through the state, they had to go through the regulatory channels to get the increase and so forth, and so, and that's how it's passed along to everybody, and that's every household over there on Canyon Lake, on that water system on the south side of Canyon Lake. Mine's a little, was my lake house, now it's my office, but next to me is this big, huge house, it's the same amount. So,
My question was, I mean, if this does get approved and they don't have to purchase water anymore, does that mean for the people, do they have a lower rate? But
I think city taxes.
So they're gonna-
It's seriously not an order.
Yeah.
I don't think we should let that enter into the conversation.
But so here's an example. Let's say we don't get this approved. Then our options are gonna be to go buy more land outside of the city limits and build this infrastructure. That's more money spent that's gonna go into the rings. Where we have a lot that was given to us by a developer that we have planned to build our infrastructure. So that's a direct savings in rent.
And you're in stage 3 right now, and if people get the water every other week, but then if you drive through those neighborhoods, and I really don't do that, I just zip it by, but everybody's lawn is green, so they're using their water. I don't know if they're watering in the middle of the night and no one can see them, but 72% of the water goes into people's yards.
Absolutely.
And it's just not fair for
We gotta
everybody.
change. Yep. Well, and I will say, one of the updates on our end, we got passed in legislative is we have the ability to turn people off. We never had that in the past, that we would have drought restrictions. This is what you're supposed to do. Okay, we go put a flow restrictor on. We couldn't shut them off. Now we have the ability to shut them off. And if we've started implementing that, really, it's builders that are the number one offenders. And so we have the ability to go in if they're not following drought restrictions and shut them off. And so I think the word is starting to spread that we have that. Now, I think it's going to help. It's going to help with that because, that's always been the challenge. If people understood the amount of money that goes into our infrastructure to pay for that, you have your normal use, and then you have the irrigated use, the dollar that goes to paying for that irrigated lawn. My lawn's brown now. It used to be really green before I started working for the water company and understood the situation we're in this area. I mean, you look around, you go outside those green lawns, and what does the grass look like? It's brown.
But when it rains, it comes back.
It does quickly.
Okay. So you're thinking of an approval with
I don't know why.
conditions?
I don't know what everyone else thinks.
I don't have a problem with the size of the tank. I think once you start building a tank, a small tank shows just about the same footprint as a big tank. I mean, especially if you're living next to it. I don't think you can hide one, no matter how big or small it is. You can make it small enough to hide. I'm on the edge like everybody else, but I mean, just like I said, we turn them down, they're going to go outside the city limit and build one and pass the cost along. I think we need to make a decision on whether we want to put this off on people that live in the city or put it off on people that live outside the city. That makes sense.
I think with our city boundaries, it'd be hard to tell if you were or not, because a lot of people that do live in the city would be driving by it.
Right, and we're all neighbors anyway.
And more than likely at that point, it would be the chain of fence.
Right. Yeah, we wouldn't have any control.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say I would vote for one tank. Let them come back and get any more if they did. I agree with you.
Someone else feeling?
Well, I feel like they can wait. And when Simmons and Canyon come on board, and because it only takes a year to build, And I just feel like you would have a better gauge of what's gonna happen, since Bell Oaks is doing fine, the number of people there. And if they're out, if we have a freeze and the pump goes down and everybody's out of water, like the rest of us were on wells for 5 days, you just get used to it and you have things stored at your house to get by.
Well, the
That it's just not the
Simmons,
right time.
the Simmons and the Canyon Ranch are totally separate conversations. Those, Canyon Ranch has their own booster station. They're gonna have their own elevated. Simmons has their own elevated that's starting construction right now.
For me,
This-
that's where the water comes from.
Yeah, but this project is being built regardless of anything.
Right.
Whether it's here or somewhere else, and it has nothing to do with anything along 281. It's to create redundancy for our customers that we have in Belleville.
Kind of, Greg, as far as the approval of one tank, two pumps. Or as Michelle said, you just wait and it ends up in a neighborhood, pops up down the road. I don't know. But none of them are great alternatives.
Madam Chairman, can I interject real quick?
Yes.
The application to verify if one tank and two pumps is something that you could utilize, or would that kill your project?
Yes, we could utilize.
Yeah.
And just one pump and no certain, two pumps, one tank, no certainty if another tank's ever coming. Okay, I wanted to clarify that point.
Take that.
And then I wanted to make sure, if the commission is considering recommending approval, that you'll also talk about additional things like the requiring the concrete paneling, screening, other things like that that they had mentioned should be locked in.
Is that not part of the application?
I think it's, we got a picture on it, but, we need a.
It's mentioned as an option.
Yeah, but I don't think, we need to make sure that you guys say this needs to, if you want it.
You would need tank height,
Specify
you
that.
would need fence, you would need all that stuff. They talk about,
Maximum height.
yeah, maximum height.
Okay.
Get everyone's opinion, is the topography between where the tanks would go. And gentlemen, what's your last name, sir? Your last name? Your house is the closest house to where the tank. You gain about 10 to 12 feet, I think, to your house from the tank site where they want to build. It's what I'm looking at in the topography.
It's not real clear, but I saw exactly where they're gonna put it. That's a good idea. It might be 1,500 feet.
Just, I'm looking at the map, though, it looks like it gains about 10 to 12 feet from the tank site to your house.
There's a fence line. There's a setback from each one. The city has for the developer.
Yeah, there's a buffer zone
And
between.
then how many feet beyond that, did they decide to put it? That's probably they can line it this way or that.
You know,
He's talking about height.
Yeah,
Yeah.
elevation.
High class or cycle lane, straight out.
And that's part of my worry is.
I don't know, maybe 3-4 feet higher. Well, they may be in front of us. If there's that area that's flooded.
Right next to it.
Part of the worry is what he's gonna be looking at, because I think that the second time they come for the Persimmon Hill neighborhood, it's gonna be subject to whatever we're gonna be looking at, whether it's a 150-foot tower or these two tanks or one tank. And I'm thinking about what he's gonna be looking at out his west view from your house. That's kind of.
The other thing to consider, if we're gonna go with one tank, could we require that it be a shorter and have a bigger diameter for neighbors?
Well, I think you're
If we're
saying,
only gonna approve one tank.
Yeah. I think he was saying that optimally, and Brad, you backed me up on this, but and Ashley was listening to this too, because they were asking questions on it, but I think he was saying optimally that the height is
Right.
by the diameter, so a 35-foot crown, 25-foot tank, 35-foot crown would be about a 60-foot tank, So I think that's about as slow as he's saying he could go.
Well, they say that's optimal, but it's not.
They should get.
Well, and over,
They-
all
they
right,
just have-
Fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
And
Okay.
I mean, like topography on the site.
You're correct.
And Mr. Batson, they would have to come back for the elevated tank that they have a lot for.
That's a separate item.
Yes, but they would have to come back for another SUP for that,
Yeah.
correct? Okay.
And if they want to add this second tank, if
Yeah.
you don't approve the second tank, they try to add the second one, they'd have to come amend their SUP. Right?
That's
Okay.
correct.
I'll have to have some help making a motion, but I'll make a motion that we let them have the one tank, 2 pumps, but we put restrictions on it that the height can't be over 25 feet.
So it's 25 feet to the line of the tank, 25 feet to the ground.
Exactly, right. And that, you know, they have to put concrete wall around it, barrier around it.
What height do we want that concrete wall?
8 feet. Well, that's TCQ.
Y'all do try to keep in the presentation, the trees around it, you try to keep what
There's
you.
not any trees in that area.
Yeah, and in the challenge with trees, again, with TCQ, they have stringent requirements on, can't have them close to the fence, like overhanging. So we try to keep as many trees as we can. The Ventana elevated storage, if you go by that project, in Ventana, you can see we kept some of the really nicer trees. We try to keep that, but we can't have them next to the fence. Gotcha.
Yep.
That covers it.
Okay. All right. Are we recommending or making a recommendation? Okay. We would like to make a recommendation to the city council that they approve, where are we? Hold it. Did I get the- 2, 3, yeah, okay. Okay, we want to make a recommendation to the city council that they approve the request by Melanie Norris on behalf of BBI Goldsmith to approve a special use permit to allow the water booster pump station located at 1015 East Ammon Road, Wolverine, Texas, 78163, and that the maximum height would be, of the tank would be 25 feet at the, what they call that?
To the dome reference line.
Dome reference line, 35 feet on the crown, that we're approving 1 tank and 2 pumps, that they would have a concrete fence at least 8 feet tall.
Restrict the gallons.
I'm sorry?
Restrict the gallons.
Okay.
Specifically, because they can make a 25-foot tank, it's 200 feet wide.
How about 25-foot tank, 60 feet, no more than.
I would just say, no more than 25 feet height, no reference line, 35 feet to the ground, and no more than.
Okay, and no more than 500,000 gallons, okay? 25 feet to, dome line, 35 feet to the ground, no more allowed than 500,000 gallons. That's put, so it's kind of 8 foot, at least 8 foot concrete fence barrier around it. Okay, anything else we need to add? Okay, anyway, there's the motion.
Okay, we have a motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? All opposed?
Opposed.
Motion passes 4-3. Unless if we need to do it again.
Yes, I've heard.
I opposed, and I think Michelle.
Michelle
opposed,
did, actually did.
And Ashley did.
Who seconded that? Fred.
Okay. Motion passes. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you.
Okay. Moving on, we have 2-4. Hold a public hearing and consider a request by Samir Shahid with One Stop Group LP on behalf of Dash Interest LLC for the establishment of a PDD Plan Development District with a base zoning of R2 residential district for approximately 329 acres, generally located 1 mile north of the intersection of Highway 281 and FM 1863.
Yes, Madam Chair, this request is for the establishment of a PDD Plan Development District with the base zoning of the R2 residential district on 329 acres of the 388-acre McCarty Ranch property on Highway 281. The applicant is proposing approximately 233 single-family residences on a minimum of 1-acre lots. The applicant is proposing a list of modifications to the city's code of ordinances. And the modifications to residential lot requirements are related to waiving the lot aspect ratio requirement. The modifications to street geometry are related to reducing the minimum right-of-way width from 60 to 40 feet, reducing the right-of-way centerline radius from 200 to 100 feet, reducing the centerline alignment minimum length requirement, reducing the minimum cul-de-sac right-of-way diameter from 120 feet to 100 feet, and altering the method of calculation for lots fronting cul-de-sacs. The modifications to the cuts, fills, and disturbance within steep slope requirements would be contained within the assumed limits of disturbance and grading area that is depicted in Exhibit G. This is a 140 feet zone, being the 40-foot right-of-way and 50 feet on either side of that right-of-way. It's shown on the white zone here at the right-of-way. Currently, the city exempts roadway construction from cuts, fills, and steep slope disturbances within the established right-of-way. The developer is proposing to construct road improvements outside of that 40-foot right-of-way and request that these exemptions be extended to that work outside of the right-of-way as well. The modifications to trees are related to reducing the requirements for replacement trees from 6 inches to 4 inches, altering the tree survey requirements from a tree survey prepared by a state licensed land surveyor to allow for a list of trees prepared by a certified arborist that lists the trees' GPS locations instead of a site survey. Lastly, they are requesting to waive procedural majestic tree removal requirements. Currently, majestic trees require a tree removal permit for each majestic tree, and each permit requires review from the P&Z Commission and approval from council. So they're requesting just the procedural requirements from the majestic trees within this zone, which is that 140 feet, including the right-of-way. Regarding riparian buffers, current ordinances require the buffer be contained in its own non-buildable lot. The modifications to the riparian buffers are related to altering the riparian buffer restrictions to allow for encroachment of stormwater facilities into the riparian buffer, and altering the restrictions to allow for approximately 45 to 55 instances of encroachment of the buffer into residential lots. The modifications to parkland dedication are related to altering the requirements to allow for a reduced amount of parkland that is less than 5 contiguous acres, or altering the requirements to allow for a portion of the riparian buffer to count towards that 5-acre minimum of dedicated parkland. The applicant does have a presentation. Ms. Ham will go ahead and switch over to that one. But if y'all have any questions for me before.
Do we have any questions for Keith before the applicant comes up?
Oh, sorry. Be sure to jump this over where you'll go back. Okay, that's transition. Thank you.
Good evening, we are back. So just wanted to open up with a context. We listened to what was said last time, and we listened very carefully. There was a lot of modifications when they're listed. They sound like a lot of modifications. And really, I believe we're losing sight as to why these modifications are being asked for. And I believe the context here has to go back to the beginning, where we came in saying we want to listen, we have certain zoning, we want to listen to what the city has to say, we want to listen to what staff have to say, what council has to say, to over 100 citizens have to say. Now we come back and we spend the money and effort and time to design something we fit with what everybody's asking us to do. So to that effect, we did have a presentation, City Council, on March 11th. And that presentation, if you look at the audio, if you listen to the audio recording, if you start around the 38-minute, going to about the hour and 20, you will hear the interaction as to when we presented 7 different plans, going up to 580 lots, down to that 200-ish plan. So, and there was unanimous feedback that they favor the 1 acre lot, obviously. So then we sent about 150 invitations out to neighbors, personally addressed, out of respect, and we got everybody to get together, presented all of these plans, and we got the same feedback: 1 acre lots. In fact, worked out all the math, commissioned engineering, commissioned architects, make sure that you fit within those parameters. Now, this is partly, I wanted to go back to this because when we are being asked to do 1 acre lots and make it work, of course, we're going to be asking for certain adjustments to, some certain modifications in the code to be able to allow us to go 1 acre lots, even in those areas where we are by right allowed to go with half-acre lots, right? We were also specifically told personally, as I was walking out of here on March 11th by the current mayor, she wasn't the mayor, I didn't know who she was then, that she didn't want to have she preferred not to have a sewer treatment facility on that property because of the odors blowing their way. So I thought, okay, we actually took it into consideration, even though, honest to God, I had no idea who she was. So I thought, you know what, if that neighborhood is concerned with that, because I know there was another neighborhood close by that is having this kind of issues. And we thought, okay, well, instead of putting a sewer treatment facility that will allow us to put half-acre lots, why don't we just take all this into consideration and maneuver around getting 1 acre lots in place and still make this project successful, viable, right? Now, I can tell you with assurance that not many developers will be doing this with the skinny profits that you get out of a project like this, right? So now, in that context, I want to refer you back to this and ask you to please keep that into consideration when you're looking at that long list of modifications, because all of this must be framed around our ability to be able to deliver to you what you asked us to, which is 1 acre lots. So you ask us for it, we come back delivering, and now we're going to be penalized for delivering them. We met our end of this deal. So that's all I'm going to say. We listened, we delivered what we were asked to deliver. And if we are going to be shut down on technicalities, that's your call. We hope to God that the city honors what they have told us and appreciate the fact that we are a willing partner. And we are a willing partner. We do want to work with the city. We have had great experiences with the staff, with the administration, and we want to continue working with the city. We just ask for, instead of, for us to go, oh, okay, well, look at this particular lot. Well, we're only doing this. If we had half-acre lots, we would not have to worry about any of this stuff, right? So I'm just gonna leave you with this, and I'm just gonna step through what this presentation is about. I'll go quickly. So all that being said, a lot of the stuff that was said last time was absolute legit concerns. All right, so I'm not downplaying that. I took it upon our team and our leadership team to basically make the extra investment. And I'm not the only guy standing here. There are people on video watching from actually all over the place. So I'm representing a whole bunch of people that we work with. We have a large portfolio of projects, over $150 million worth of projects going on right now. And we're prioritizing these projects. So as far as we're concerned, we want to make this work, and we want to do it the best possible way. We want to do it the way you ask us to do it. And that's what we're here for. So but the last time what happened is you came to us and say, hey, we appreciate the fact that you went with 1 acre lots. It's a nice design. Some people said this is the best we want to get. 50 acres of green space. That's part of that riparian buffer. Of course, we will not be altering that, not be mitigating this. We will not be trying to, go to, the different authorities, FEMA and others, to try to change that or to lower this, whatever. We're not doing any of this stuff. We're not trying to get extra acreage out of the buffer, right? We're not pushing through any traffic with neighbors. We're improving wildlife movement by taking out these fences on the south and north. We are creating a water plan. The water folks were here. They were talking about dedicating lots. They didn't even have to ask us. We dedicated a lot on top of that property. And we came forward and we did assess. We talked about rainwater, which is fine. We talked about material escaping, which is fine. But nobody has talked in this whole area. None of the developers have suggested that they are willing to make the extra investment to take water out of retention and pump it back into irrigation. And we suggested that we are willing to make that extra investment. All right. So we have conducted a thorough drainage analysis, even if it wasn't requested, because we know this was a hot topic. But honestly, the concerns that came out were, well, okay, you've done it on your property. What's happening past that, past 281? Fair enough. The onus is on us to answer those questions. Tree assessment, yeah, we did like 10% of the property. Could we have done better? Yeah, we could have. But it's also not a requirement at this stage normally. But you know what? We want to go the extra effort to give everybody comfort, honestly, including us. Because when we're coming in throwing a number, $300,000, we're buying insurance. That's all we're doing, right? Because we don't know what we don't know. Now we do know, because we did do a full-on tree inventory of the whole property. And we have GPS locations, drag all the GPS locations onto our plan. We know exactly where everything is. So we're not going to give you $300,000. We are going to take our chance, because we believe we're going to do it without having to pay you a penny. Because we will get our, hopefully, we'll show this is good faith, because this is good news. Because we're not going to be taking out a lot of trees that matter. All right? And thank you for giving us the time to do this. So from our viewpoint, that last exercise was a good exercise. We needed to smack on the head, say, go do a better job. And we are doing this. So what you did like is the fact that we have a buffer of 100 feet for Blue Verde Hills. And something I want to just throw out there, that maybe our development will offer a little bit of a fire buffer for Blue Verde Hills as well. Just food for thoughts. All right, so let me proceed here with, so the concerns are base zoning. We were not super clear on that, obviously. The impact of drainage downstream to 81, impact of water quality. We're in a contributing zone. I actually have been sitting in meetings with the EAA on separate project, doing some common work with them. And we're actually considering doing some work with them from a conservation perspective on this property. So regardless, we want to make sure that we're improving water quality going downstream. And we will contend and we'll prove to you that our development is going to improve we're going to mitigate downstream flood risk, as well as water quality, just by us existing and by us spending a little bit more money on our retention, and our ability to pause the water, to slow down the sediments, and then throw back good water, better water. All right. So we requested a carte blanche last time. Honestly, it was I don't know why we did that, because I don't believe we just did a little more digging and we discovered, shame on us, that we don't need a modification to the code when it comes to cutting and filling inside the ROW, which was the biggest issue, as well as we don't need any modifications to the code because there's no maximum required for the paths and 10 feet around the paths, right? So we can, where we're building, we don't have that restriction either. So that was really good news. So we took out the carte blanche because we already had it. So now, in terms of the pavement, that was a big deal, especially with Mr. Porter. And you were right, 20 feet was just too tight, way too tight. So went back to the board, and here's what we've done. So I basically asked for us to invest in further study in flood mitigation downstream, past 281, water quality contribution downstream, so that we can show you real time what that looks like with our calculations, our engineering work, and we have the model to show you. It's a live model of what's before, what's currently there, and what's going to happen afterwards. All right. So in terms of tree preservation, we went out, we spent the money. There were like 5 guys on the property for 7 days. They had sunburns, they had been attacked by mosquitoes, I don't know what, but they got it. We looked at 4,700 trees, and we ended up inventorying about 767 trees, exact type. We have the caliper, and we have GPS location for it. We have that. So we know what we're taking out and what we're not taking. In addition, for the lot modifications and pet fill modifications, we decided we needed a second opinion, and Dave Dawson have done this work back in 2017 when the MDP that was approved, basically they were all familiar with this topic. So we went back to them and said, we would like you to come in and do a second opinion and maybe redesign the site plan. That's what they did. Now, at the same time, we asked them to come up with a grading plan that is more educated. Now, they couldn't deliver. All the stuff was happening quick, a month into this. But what I asked for was specific. I said, I want construction plan standard grading plan. And they said, that's going to cost you a lot of money. I said, I will take that. Now, when we asked for our modifications here, we did not have that plan. So we do have a plan. We're going to need a little bit more leeway on that because our plan is substantially realistic, more realistic than what we had before when we wrote this. So, and I'll talk about this in a bit. So finally, water conservation, just mentioned it. In terms, now we can go fast on this. So Dave Dawson came back. We've done basically a lot of stuff, making sure that all our lots are numbered so we can refer to them, making sure that all the setbacks are represented. So we have D2 exhibit, shows you all the different setbacks, front setback, back, the rear setbacks, and the side setbacks. On every single lot that you see compliance of those setbacks on each lot. It's an effort I wanted to go through because I wanted to make sure that there are no question marks on our compliance. So now we even put paths just to represent what those setbacks would look like. So that's the conceptual site plan. The site plan also shows the parkland. Now I think I can do this. There you go. So the parkland is like right on the top right corner, right here. So there was an issue around interpretation of which part of the code applies, and we'll get to it. But this was a little bit, and it's still in our mind. We would love to get everyone's perspective here on what makes sense and what doesn't. So you look at the lot dimensions. Again, we had all these different modifications. That's on the left is the previous. On the right is we put it all down. We basically don't need any of it, with the exception of the aspect ratio. And for those who don't know what the aspect ratio is, basically it's the depth versus the width, right? Typically for an R2, the depth to the width is 4:1. So it cannot go beyond 4 deep, 1 wide, okay? But because not forced, we chose to work with everybody on 1 acre lots, and in some cases, we don't need that. Maybe the lot may be narrower and longer than the 4:1 ratio. And the other thing is the definition on the cul-de-sac, minimum frontage. Did anybody of you guys look at what that formula looks like? It's pretty cool. You need a PhD to go with just. So we thought, you know what, why don't we just make it simple? Now we say the front, we're gonna put 35 feet, but we're gonna stick with the one acre lot minimum, and we're gonna stick to setbacks. Simple, right? Now, lot dimensions. This is the one I was referring to, the D2 that shows every single lot with the setbacks, with the number, so you can see exactly which lot is doing what, how it's behaving. All right, so in terms of the ROW, that's for you, Mr. Porter. We're still reducing the, maybe I should go to the next slide here. Shows it better. All right, so we went from 20 feet to 28 feet. The code is 22 for pavement. All right. We just wanted to show that, you know what, you were right, and I believe 28 feet is the right thing to do. It's going to cost us more money to pave and all that stuff, but hopefully, we will take that for a second and help us with other stuff. So now we had 0 for the shoulder initially. We're now adding 6 foot in the shoulder on each side. That adds up to 40. So you have 28 plus 6 plus 6, that's 40. Last time we discussed where they come up with the drainage. So now we're dedicating 10 feet at the front of each lot as a drainage easement. And that is where we're going to claim our. Why? Because so we can say we have a 1 acre lot. If we didn't need the 1 acre lot, we would just do a 60 foot right away. You had some good questions last time about that. So that's the way to give us the 60 foot right away while keeping the 1 acre lot footprint. Now, this is where, so we did the 50 foot. We thought, you know, for sure we'd be okay with that, and we'll be okay with that in certain parts of the development. In other parts, we're going to need more. Now that we have spent the money on, so this is something that would have normally come out at flat time, where we've just spent the money then to do the construction plans. But I thought, you know what, I don't want to be coming back for things like this later and say, oh, we asked for 50, now we need more. It works here. I thought we wanted to be upfront with you that the 50 foot is not going to work. But here's what I want to suggest, that basically we do have a carte blanche within the pad. The pad we expect it to be about 80 feet deep, just on average. So we'll be able to cut and fill within that without any restrictions. We'll be able to cut and fill within the 40 feet without any restrictions.
I'm
sorry.
Is that true?
Because they want you to do this. Validation.
Can you say the question again? I was reading the slide when you said it.
Yeah. Okay. So what I was saying is, in the code, the cut and fill restrictions are waived when you are in the ROW.
That's right.
As well as when you are on the pad.
The footprint of the building?
The footprint of the building.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. So if that is the case, then you're going to have the ROW here, and then jump, and then you're going to have the pad. We're going to cut here, we're going to cut here. So effectively, what we're looking at is the ability to do what we need to do in between the middle of the ROW right to the end of the pad, which is we already have the pad and we have the ROW, but we don't have what's in the middle. So in some cases, we are wanting to keep the trees, trust me. Good news is, we don't have a lot of exposure on the trees, that's why we're willing to take that chance. We're not asking for a lot of, for the same variances or modifications on the trees anymore. So what we will need here, because typically you have the 40 feet, then you have, in this case, we have a setback of about 50 feet. And then we have the 80 foot that we will be, where we'll be putting the building footprint. So I just wanted to add it up, and we'll just leave it at that for now. We'll talk about what would be reasonable. Maybe Danny can jump in and help us with this one a little bit. So that, I mean, we have cut and fill here, not, no restrictions. We have cut and fill here, no restriction. What happens in the we go up stuff, right? So this is where we need.
In the past, typically they'd come in on a lot by lot basis if they needed some kind of variance in between the road and the pad side, and get a variance for each one and justify each one individually.
Right.
That's the previous approach.
Right. So, but I mean, when you have a development like this, you're not going to be coming back with such stuff. So our hope is that we can get it done here, and just have everything on the table. So, sorry,
No, I'm sorry. I was explaining. You're asking for the right of way to be extended, essentially your rights to take out trees and so forth, and the right of way extended to the back of the potential pad.
Yes, but not like a clear cut. Like, like we're not going to be clear cutting.
I understand that,
Yeah.
but you understand that giving you an approval like that would be very difficult to allow that in that space, considering our tree ordinances and the objections.
So is your preference then for us to stick within a narrower? So basically, we'll stick within that 50 foot
presentation. I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay. All right. We'll talk about this. So in terms of this is the disturbance zone. This is slightly now. We can work with this right now as it is, with the view of having further conversation about it later. In terms of the trees, again, we don't need the cash in lieu anymore. We're not asking you to remove to be able to cap that. If we owe you money, we'll pay it. The survey, honestly, as long as you give us the ability to just honor what we've already spent a ton of money on, we have the GPS location. We're able to just simply provide that, which is really what surveys generally do. So we hope for your consideration on that. And finally, again, that we will fit with the tree removal within that same guideline as the cut fill. Parkland dedication. Okay, let's talk about that. So when you look at our plan, we have the pond coming here. All right, so let me this maybe I should go back. Sorry about this. I'm gonna go back to this plan here. There you go. Okay, so when you look at the restrictions that we have, we've got the land to give the 5 acres, no issue. Is it 3.85, 3.64, is it 5? Honestly, it doesn't matter. We have the land to give. And what's the definition of contiguous? I mean, contiguous could be that we can put a bridge here, like a pedestrian bridge, going this way, and then we'll make it contiguous coming this way, right? It could be also that, which is what our engineers basically had that conversation. When we are putting this pond here, we are rerouting the water course. Water course is not going to continue like this. That's going to no longer be a water course, nor will it be part of the riparian buffer. So we will have all the space we need to put up our parkland here that we will dedicate up to 5 acres, no problem, probably more. So effectively, as we look at this more closely, we don't believe we need a modification to the code on this one. I think that's basically, oh, the last thing has to do with the riparian buffer encroachment. Okay. We currently own the riparian buffer. All right, this is our land. And when we're buying it with the riparian buffer. They don't charge any differently for an acre in the riparian buffer than they do for an acre outside the riparian buffer. All right. So it's interesting that we would. So we're encroaching on our own land, basically. Okay. Now the riparian buffer, understanding that we have to dedicate a lot for it to protect it, we have zero issue with that. The technicality of the code makes it so that we're encroaching on our own land. I don't get it. So, and why can we not have a lot that is dedicating an easement to that area so that we can make sure that the 60 foot from the water course on each side is honored? I mean, isn't the intent for us to be able to protect that 60 foot on each side? And if it is, and if we are doing it, the mechanism, now are we debating what the mechanism is? We will put an easement on the back of each one of these lots that is a drainage easement, zero disturbance. This is how we will protect for those lots that are encroaching in some cases by like 10 feet. That's the encroachment, right? So there's a big difference between encroachment and disturbance. Big difference between encroachment and disturbance. In encroachment, I could have, so now I have the riparian buffer on my property and I'm encroaching all over it. If the definition is that I can't own land that is where I have a riparian buffer, doesn't make any sense. So I'm just leaving it with you. Say it may sound like a big deal. It's really, I mean, how are we counting? You want us to get 1 acre lots, we're giving you 1 acre lots. It's our land. I'm going to encroach on our land. I'm going to give it back in an easement. What's wrong with that? So this, I mean, the code says you can. There are 2 parts of the code that speak to the same thing differently. All right. Now I'm gonna pull it out because that's important. So we have one part of the code that says, sorry, I'm gonna put my glasses because I have terrible eyes. 17.07.003C says, notwithstanding subsection B, immediately above, a developer shall dedicate to the public the area of all riparian buffers as open space easement. As open space easement, with terms incorporating the provisions of this section and in a form reasonably acceptable to the city. Okay, so if I'm dedicating an easement, why can I not dedicate an easement from a lot?
So chapter 17 and chapter 10 govern different processes. They're not the same thing.
Would you mind explaining it?
Sure. Chapter 17 has to do with development that's not taking place in the context of a subdivision. There's no division of the land coming. There's no plat. There's no opportunity to establish lots. It's usually somebody coming in, taking a piece of land and developing it as one property. And there are certain exceptions in the law where you don't have to plat in those scenarios. And since we can't force you to plat under Chapter 17 process, we require an easement. But when you're going through Chapter 10 subdivision process, we can force you to plat and dedicate it as a lot. And that's why it's different over there. It's not a mistake or an oversight. It's different processes.
Okay. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Okay, so now that this is clear, one must also always go back to the intent. The intent is to protect 60 foot from the water course on each side. And we will do that. We hope you work with us on the mechanism. Is it that we dedicated, it's our land, and now we have to come back and get an easement from the property that we dedicated to allow us to, I'm honestly, it's very confusing. All we're asking for is to please consider this for what it is. And we are not disturbing, and we will put on every single one of these lots that are encroaching, whatever the definition is, that we will put an easement to make sure that that 60-foot is absolutely protected. Fair enough. That's our request. We hope that you honor that. So now we have one lot that raised some attention last time. That's lot 117. Now we have a number for it. We can refer to it, and that is where, so we have 7 lots in total where we have, I would call it encroachment. One is this lot here, but we're not disturbing it, right? We're just encroaching on it. Again, we'll mitigate this with an easement. But we just wanted to show that there's enough land for us to still be able to put, then last time you had an issue with that. Actually, I had an issue with it too. And you were right. Because what we had to do is push that lot up in order for us to make it work. So thank you for that. Anyways, so yeah, we were able to actually make it, and we show it how we can get the setbacks that we need there.
Is the orange 60 feet
Yes.
on either side? So it's 120 feet wide?
The orange is 120 feet wide.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good question. Sorry, I should have clarified that. So, but this here is where we needed to be able to work with cut and fill, and at the same time be able to manage cost and manage the drainage. So we have 6 lots here where we will be having to mitigate. It's going to cost us a lot of money to mitigate that. We're going to have to put culverts to be able to access the lots. So we will be meeting the TCEQ requirements on that, as long as you don't see anything that jumps at you from
I mean, not from the TCEQ perspective.
TCEQ still considers a 1 acre lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's all TCEQ cares about.
Yeah.
So that's basically, honestly, all we have. This is it looks like a big list. That's what we need for the 1 acre lots. We've been shrinking it and read the plan a couple of times. We're honoring what you requested, and we're bending backwards to be able to make it happen. That's how I would like to leave it with you, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Oh, by the way, studies. For zoning process, we've never spent so much money on studies. But we have basically done the sewer suitability analysis, septic. We've done a drainage analysis. We've done a water distribution analysis. We've done a preliminary tree assessment. We've done a second full-on tree inventory. We did slope modeling initially, and what's not here also is the last grading plan that we asked of Cape Dawson. We've done a wildlife study. We've done, again, the downstream impact beyond 281. Alan will be coming up to talk about that. And we've done basically water quality, and we're still doing it. So we want to work with you. That's why we came back. And I'm going to turn it over to Alan to talk about the models and the downstream impact from a drainage perspective and from water quality.
All right, thank you. So what Samir asked us to do is put together a detailed hydraulics model to show the proof of concept that the project is safe. And we came up with a conceptual plan. It's a detention and a retention facility that satisfies the requirements from the Bulverde Drainage Criteria Manual and the TCEQ Contributing Zone Plan requirements outlined within RG 348. So the image you see here at the bottom, that's just the terrain, the proposed grading of the detention and retention facility. It's going to be acting first for that retention for the water quality. This is a very large feature. There's a lot of water draining to this. There's going to be retention of up to 15 acre feet. So that's about 7.5 Olympic-sized swimming pools. So this is a very large facility. It's going to be treating not only the total suspended solids carried in the water from this property, but from 32 acres from Bulverde Hills. And there is going to be up to 60 acre feet of water total being detained in this facility. So 15 retained, so that just means before 15 acres of water, acre feet of water is going to need to be filled up before being released through the detention facility. So we looked at the model all the way down to Johnson Way, and with that conceptual plan, it reduces the flows just a little bit, about 3.5% during the 100-year storm. And all of this is going to need to be reviewed by the city of Bulverde during the Tier 2 submittal, during the plating phase. So all of this typically isn't done at this stage. It's done and signed and sealed by an engineer. It's reviewed by the city and typically their consultant, and that's going to happen in order for this to be constructed. So this is just a conceptual plan saying, hey, we went down to the nitty gritty all the way down. This is Johnson Way. This is the 100-year floodplain that's existing there. We're not making this any worse. There's issues there currently where this project is going to be designed to be less than existing conditions. And another thing I'd like to add, there's 5 culverts, box culverts at Johnson Way currently. One of them is almost completely full of debris, and that's all coming from drainage from Bulverde Hills and the McCarty tract. So whenever we have a big detention retention facility, that's not going to get clogged up as much because it's going to be contained and retained in the facility that's going to be constructed on this property. So that current culvert facility is 20% blocked. There's 5 culverts, one's fully blocked. That's not going to happen in the future. It's going to reduce maintenance on those culverts. Just as a concept, saying, hey, we looked at this very detailed. We looked at all the drainage from Johnson Way, from Bulverde Hills, and McCarty tract before development of this site and after development of this site. You can see the darker blue on that post-development. That is the detention retention facility. Just saying, hey, we did really look at this thing. We looked at 3 separate areas for downstream impact, just downstream of the site, just downstream of 281 and Johnson Way, to identify what the difference in flow would be if this facility was built, and we had reductions all the way through. And let's see here. As for the water quality, again, this is required to be reviewed by TCEQ. They're not only going to review our models and analysis, but they're going to be reviewing the construction plans to make sure it's buildable and it complies with their requirements. And that is required to be reviewed and approved before the approval of the plat. So that bottom right picture, it's just conceptual of the idea is it's going to be retained until the water is released at a higher elevation through some sort of box culvert. The CZP requirements, we ran the numbers, and this facility is going to be designed to remove about 130,000 pounds of total suspended sediment load. And again, this accounts for offsite drainage as well.
Can I ask you a question just for my own clarification here? I'm having trouble estimating the scale, size of that retention pond. I mean, how many acre feet is that? How many, or you can give me 100 by 100 dimensions, or
those lots are an acre.
The lots are an acre, right? So what would be the total size of that?
About
4.5 acres, 40.
Yeah, about 4 to 5 acres.
Okay, all right.
That's probably what, 4 foot deep, 5 foot deep.
Well, it's gonna be deeper
than that.
Yeah, so
it depends on how much water's in it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's got to provide 2 feet of free water. via the code. I mean, he's got a bunch of stuff he's got to.
Right, yeah.
So does this take into account what y'all were talking about, pumping back up into the neighborhood?
So, so that 15 acre feet, that's going to be stored via retention. There could be a separate pump that is part of that facility that draws the water. Most likely, I think the best idea for that is just to be irrigation for the park facility. I mean, you got, 4 or 5 acre park. If you want to irrigate, that would be the water source.
And what size rainwater storage tanks at each house are y'all talking about?
That will be a question for Samir.
And that's not in this estimate right here.
No, that's good. That's
different.
totally separate. Yeah.
That's a separate. We honestly have not made that determination yet. We're still dealing with a lot of stuff back here. We did not go down to the 1,000 foot level. We're still at the 5,000-10,000 foot level. I mean, normally we'd be at the 30,000 foot level. But I wanted to also answer your question about the utilization, drawing back from the retention pond. So, although Alan's suggesting that we would irrigate the park, we want to go an extra mile on that. We want actually to see there's a lot of lots close by, and we're just analyzing. We are committing to irrigating some lots, and hopefully a lot of them. How many is going to honestly depend on. But the topo is helpful over there because we don't have to put massive pumps to be able to get to these lots, the full line lots. So definitely we'll get to those. The park will definitely get to that. So it will honestly be just a matter of cost of these pumps as to how high up we can go. So now you're going against gravity, which is really what the TWC is trying to do. They're going up at a bit of a walk. So I hope that makes sense. Does it answer your question? I think we are done. Anything else? And again, please remember, a lot of the stuff is not to final construction planning stage. It's conceptual. People are conceptual as things change. So I would like to make sure that nobody thinks that this is it. Again, everything changes during the construction planning process. A lot of small things do. We still have to comply with the code. We still have to comply with whatever we agree to here. But is it 4 acres? Is it 5 acres? Is it 3.5? Is it 4.5? Basically, that's something to do.
Can you describe parkland to me?
Parkland.
Park.
Describe it to me.
What does it look like? I mean, is it? Do y'all mow it? Is it left wild? Is it?
It's dedicated to the city.
No, it's just, they have to just dedicate an area that we could make a park if we want.
Oh, they could. Are these private streets or public streets?
Private.
Yeah, we wouldn't accept a park inside a gated community because it has to be available to the whole. So you'd have to dedicate the park and then turn it over to the HOA in that case.
Well, we're not going to gate it private without gating. We have to gate it.
No, I don't think you can.
I've never seen private streets that weren't gated, but no one's ever asked me that question, so I don't have the answer to that.
I mean, we can gate it.
But private streets, you can restrict them. Even if they're not gated, you can say, hey, you don't live here, get out.
Yeah.
And so an HOA down the road can say, we don't like all these non-neighborhood people in our park, get out. Or you can't drive to the park. So that's why we wouldn't accept it in that circumstance. It'd have to have a public right of access before the city could accept it as a public park.
And we can do that because we're right by 281. Easily.
I mean, you might could move the access point further in and public up to it or something. I'm just saying, I wanted to make that point.
I have a quick clarifying question to the city. So that his application has been amended with all of these new asks.
That's right.
Correct? Okay.
Revised.
Revised.
Yeah.
And I had a question about the initial zoning. he had referred to an initial zoning by right, building half-acre lots. Is that the case on this lot? I think the 2017 approval is null and void.
Well, the 2017 MDP is void, but the zoning on this tract
It's still.
is still divided between the R2 on the back 1,000 feet and the R3 on the rest of the balance. So that's the existing zoning today.
Do you have any more in your presentation or you?
You're ready for questions?
I am ready for questions. Yes, I would like to kind of go down in order like we did last time, if you guys are okay with that. So let's start with the lot dimensions. I'm gonna be using his chart.
Can I ask one question before you start? I wanted to ask one question, because we haven't asked this question, we didn't ask it last time. So what is the total dollar amount of this subdivision? When you went to the bank, when you go to finance it, when you sit around with the developers, what do you say? You say, this is a $300 million project, you say it's a $200 million project, it's a $500 million project, you figure in all the houses, which are gonna be nice houses, I know, and then the business development and so forth. What dollar amount do we think this is pushing into the community?
Oh, you're talking in terms of like sales, in terms of final product built, sold?
Yeah.
Well, it's a simple answer because we're expecting about 233 lots. We're projecting $1 million lot, $133 million.
Okay.
And that should bring quite a bit of revenue to the city.
And then there some business areas set aside for business development too, or is it all?
He's not
They're not gonna touch that. That's different. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So.
I talked to it.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm.
Taxable.
Okay.
Taxes.
But I'm just saying, so we're talking about a $230 million plus project. Okay, so that's why I was saying.
You just assume that every house is $1 million.
Well, and then whenever they get finished developing, whatever else gets developed on the outside, that's plus. Okay.
And that's
All
really
right.
good for the ISD also. When I know I put my
Yeah, I'm just saying half a
foot in my
million
mouth on
to
that.
the city. It's city taxes. That
Yes.
doesn't include ISD
Well, yeah.
taxes, ESD taxes.
No, I'm just saying, and that's at today's rates.
Correct. So you just said 2% at 200 million.
No, but I'm just saying,
$4 million.
$230 million project today, by the time it gets to fruition and final stages, it may be more than that, but okay, that's
So
fine.
like, thank you. Thank you. Because typically we say it clear, and I mentioned it very quickly, but a lot of these projects are measured by their also the economical value of the city. I mean, all cities are struggling with budgets these days. And to have what we believe is attractive, clean, large lot project that would bring in a lot of revenue to the city and have people generally with money coming in, people who can buy $1 million homes. And many of these people may have older kids because, like as we look at the demographics of money, generally it's pushed up in the age. So you're going to get the ISD getting a lot of money without a lot of usage. The ESD will be getting more money. The city is getting more money. In a private setting where the city does not have to maintain roads. So I hope, but thank you for bringing this up. Really appreciate that. Of course.
Sandra, can we go to this slide?
It's 197. Oh, so
23.
it's 197 at the top.
So answer three is not.
Yeah, it's 23, but it's 197.
197 to 12, number 23.
Okay, lot dimensions. Any questions regarding lot dimensions?
Yeah, so you can maintain 110 feet on every lot in the front, except for the cul-de-sac lots, and you just need an aspect ratio. That's all you need. Maintain all the other easements, setbacks, all that stuff.
We've proved it.
Okay, I mean, I didn't go through every lot and measure.
I can't tell you all the stuff that.
No, yeah, no.
And try to do this and try to take into consideration the cut
very
fill,
much appreciate that.
the cut fill and the trees, all of that, because we have visibility into the trees. We don't want to be. People don't. I'm sorry. Some people don't get it. Trees are a selling point.
Oh no. Yeah.
They're a selling point. Any developer going in and cutting more trees than they need to, they're idiots. Trust me, the way I see it, every tree is a selling point. If you have a tree in front of your house, it's a selling point. I love trees. I will buy a house with trees on it. I don't want a house in an area like this that doesn't have trees. To us, we are more incented to keep the trees than the city is. It's so important for everybody to understand that. We do not want to create a product that doesn't sell. And by the way, we want to create a product that will fetch more because it's got features like trees.
Any other lot division questions?
I think we're good.
Nope, good, okay. Let's move on to the street.
Sure.
I was trying to follow a little during the presentation. Can you clarify? Because I thought you were saying technically that you're asking for more than what we currently require, but then I think this chart is saying something different. So I'm a little confused.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, it's the definitions. Let me just go to
He's basically really what he's saying is he's going to give us a bigger street than what's required by code, and because he needs to maintain a 1 acre lot, he's going to push the drainage into the lot, which we normally wouldn't want. Yeah. He's like, if I do that, then I can't maintain a 1 acre.
Which I totally I'm on board with. Okay, yeah, I understand why he needs the 1 acre lot. So and I know that the street is going to extend into that, encroach. This is where it encroach into that. So the thing that I would be concerned if I was a buyer, that buyer beware is why do we have a drainage area in my lot, you know? But that's for him to decide.
It's just the same way you have an electrical easement or a water easement.
It is the same way, and you know, in most subdivisions, there is I bought houses with an easement in the back for utility easements. You know, so they say, okay, you're buying a 10 acre lot, but that last 50 feet back there is the PEC. So I mean, there's no problem with that. I just want to make sure that the street is wide enough. As we brought up before, that James and I were talking about this. You park fire truck in the middle of the street putting out fire. Well, can the ambulance get around it, or the sheriff's department car get around it to go down the street and, you know, service something else?
Yeah.
What do you think, James? We happy with that?
28 feet?
Yeah.
Instead of 22.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly for first responders, it's better.
It's much better. Yeah, okay. I can do that. I can see that. I'm not so sure about the cul-de-sac thing because you got to turn something around in that cul-de-sac. But we'll talk
no,
about
we
that.
have the cul-de-sac has a different.
No,
look at the cul-de-sacs, the dimensions. We're compliant with the dimensions.
No, I'm saying this is not the same as the cul-de-sac. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah. Okay. Yes, I'm satisfied with that.
Did that answer your question?
Yes, but I want to make sure that, because I'm looking at this chart, right, that's saying that the modified ROW is 40 feet, right? Which is, but technically,
60.
it's still 60. But I just want to make sure that then we're capturing this 10-foot easement somehow in this application.
Yeah, no,
We are.
Before we get the definition.
And so we're gonna have to state, like, this is gonna be the motion from where.
That's why I'm wondering if the
Well, it's
application
showing-
is
it's showing
states on
it
it
here.
already. Does it have to be within, if the language is already there?
The language is here. If you look at this particular chart, which is part of the exhibit.
No.
Yeah, but we're not approving your exhibit. We have to prove what's
What
in
your
your
application
actual
says.
application.
Right.
Well, the actual application is this exhibit. This exhibit.
I don't know that that's how that would read, would it, Danny?
What are we talking about?
So what you're saying is, right, so the
Candy bar Danny.
So we're approving, we're motioning on these 3 pages and nothing on.
Oh, and the exhibits.
No, we've
Because I feel
got,
like these didn't.
there's an
change.
application, an amended, it's been amended. These 3 pages are, well, that's all it is.
Well, so for instance, what Ash was talking about is reduce minimum 60-foot right of way width to 40-foot right of way width, right? But then there's nowhere in there that it says there'll be a dedicated 10-foot easement on either side of that.
We need to clarify that as part of the motion and.
Which is what I'm saying, like, so, right, and I see developers do this, and correct me if I'm wrong, right, we'll see it put together, and they'll do what he did, right, the little signature thing, like, that doesn't matter. it's this motion, these 3 pages are what we're motioning.
Right.
May I disagree? For a second.
Well, I
And I would invite them to comment on my screen. Our application is not 3 pages. Our application contains exhibits that are referred to in these 3 pages. Those exhibits make part and parcel of the application, and it is enforced through the ordinance. That is guaranteed, that's the case, and then it's gonna serve.
So what he's saying is that, or what the commissioner is saying is that, this, exhibit is in the application, but it's not stated as clearly as they would like in black and white, in the application, that in words, a narrative of what that's gonna be. So in order to ensure that there is not confusion later, they want to make sure that they mention tonight when they make the motion, the high points. We want the application, or if that's the
Right.
direction. Recommended approval of the application as amended, provided that the, we recommend that the ordinance contain these assurances. That the right of way width be 40 feet, but also accompanied by
10-foot easement.
10-foot
Drainage.
easements for drainage
On
each side of the right of way. And we'll probably need to make a list, but that's what happens when something's this complex. Yes.
Because when the code enforcement officer comes out, you know this, when the code enforcement comes out, there's gonna be an argument between, whoever your field representative is, the code enforcement officer, and he's gonna say, hey, when I measure this, it's only this, and your guy's gonna say, well, no, when I measure this is this, and they're gonna have to turn back and look at the black and white, and probably come back to City Hall and research it, because it's gonna be read 2 different ways. So we're trying to make it as clear as possible when we do this, so that, everybody's on the same page.
And there will be parts of the application that are very clear, and there will be parts that the commission may feel are not clear, but this is the time to state those clarifications in the motion.
Yep. And because then you're gonna have to take it to the city council, and they're gonna have to look at it, and they're gonna ask what we're saying too, how we understand this, and how you explained it. And so so doing 2 extra minutes worth of work here is gonna save everybody hours down the road. Yeah. That's why we're trying to be so specific. We are pain in the ass, but we're trying to be specific.
No, it's not that. I mean, you're asking for something that's legit, and I was just trying to bring to your attention that this particular exhibit is part of the application. Does show easement on the side that is well defined as 10 foot.
Right, but what I'm trying to say is, at the end of the day, the way the ordinance reads is what you're gonna hold to, not what's in the present.
Exactly.
Can you talk us through the, so in regards to streets, now the ask for the modification of the minimum center line radius and the center line alignment curves? So again, I'm just looking at this
It's
chart.
an engineering thing, honestly.
No,
I honestly don't understand it either. I don't know how to I'm just being honest. It came from these guys. Actually, it came from Bill Dawson's particular line, based on the plan, right? So I believe maybe the city engineer can potentially decide if this is reasonable or not. Maybe this is something that can go.
But it's part of, it's
maybe
part of
planning.
to be part of the application, though, right?
Just clarify what you're asking.
She's asking about she wants to know the center line radius for rural local streets for minimums and the line radius, and then center line alignment between tangential curves.
So they're asking modification for both of those things is to basically cut them in half of what our code states.
Right. So it just, again, I've done transportation engineering a hot minute. Local minimum center line radius is just the curve of the road, how steeply you can curve the road, right? And then center line alignment is between both curves that you put together on the tangents of that. And so it's basically just saying
severity of the curve.
Correct. And so I think
These are the same ones that you asked for last time. Ththese ones did not change.
Correct. It's not changed. That's
Okay.
right.
The one
Now
that's
the
really
thing
changed
is-
is the ROW in terms of doing these drainage on the side.
That is
That's all I'm
correct.
asking.
And just to clarify also, what I am doing is the IFC requirement, right? And the International Fire Code has very strict limits on those subjects, right? So we are compliant with the International Fire Code on that. So basically, it doesn't matter how we're compliant, and that's important. Sometimes for aesthetics, some of these, I mean, honestly, I don't know how this came, but it seemed like for our engineers it was exaggerated. Can you guys think about this?
This review doesn't happen at this stage. It's a plating review, and we actually get the street geometry and look at each individual road, because if it's on the side of a hill, if it's, you know, there's all kinds of factors that would go into the engineering analysis, whether this would justify it or not. And we don't have the documentation or the resources to make it. We need street designs, which are not done at this stage of development, and money, which is not part of this application fee. It's part of the plating application fee to determine, to have our pay our third-party engineers to make the determination. I don't think you've got anybody here ready to explain why y'all are asking for that dip.
I'm assuming it's just layout.
And this is
guys asking me that is not going to.
I wish, honestly, I invited Brooklyn Dawn. She's our engineer from Big Dawson, but they have a corporate event tonight, and it's been committed for a long time. So she says, I
mean, this is something that we would normally. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. This is something we normally consider on a case-by-case basis at the plating phase, and then come in and say, we need this on this section of the road here, versus a carte blanche across the whole thing. So I really can't give you feedback on it.
It is something that allows us to put the 1 acre lots in, right? And as long as it is compliant with the IFC requirements, generally municipalities don't have an issue with it. The IFC requirements, the IFC standards are the most strict standards. They are the ones that are usually.
Well, obviously, not as strict as our standards.
It's going to be like building these two. Building probably those two. So it's probably this one. No, this one's probably. Yeah, it's just that has to be asked for based on the application. That's really.
I don't think so. Can we just say that we're not making a recommendation on the centerline radius for the reverse curve? Or?
You should make a recommendation one way or the other. I mean, you could say we recommend against it and give them an opportunity to bring more justification for it.
We could just say it doesn't, we could strike it, essentially. Right?
Okay.
Yeah, you can strike it out and say, come back when you're actually there. And
yeah, we could just say under street geometry requirements. I mean, we could even say just, reduce minimum right-of-way as depicted on exhibit E2, right? Because it doesn't say anything about how wide the road's got to be. In that, right? And if he's saying he'll do 28, that's great. I want him to do 28, go 28, right? Because if not, we'll approve it that way, and they can go back to 20.
That's good. Well, that's a good solution. It's a great solution. If you want to say, refer back to site plan and say, what, that site plan.
I think I'm just trying to capture, what we were talking about earlier, which is, there's a lot of nuances to narrowing the right of way, and I want to make sure that we're all clear on what that is.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Maybe with a condition that we will not go below the right of way as depicted on.
Yeah, we'll figure out a way
Yeah,
to say if we get there.
The right of way, as it is now, I think you provided an explanation that is clear, right? And we can make sure it's even more clear within the motion. It's the other two things that we don't have an exhibit on, don't have, and again, I'm not a big stickler of needing to know that information now. It's more because I understand it's going to come later. It's more of I wish the ask would also come later when the information typically is being presented to us. Yes.
We're here about approving something we don't ramifications of
That's
yet.
fair.
And you don't know the ramifications of it
I
yet.
don't know.
Right? And I'm sure she laid that out in a way where it's, you know, hey, we're gonna need that if the site plan goes exactly how it is.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go on to the cul-de-sacs is the next section. So it's the cul-de-sac minimum right of way and the cul-de-sac minimum frontage. Any particular questions about those at all?
I'm assuming that we're gonna need to add a 10-foot drainage easement around that.
It's part of that.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be outside the right of way, right? Or is it inside the right of way?
Outside the rest.
Part of the property.
Yeah,
Just like the
that
street.
drainage easement
Right.
is going all along,
Yeah,
regardless
that's
if
what
it's a
I'm saying. So we
cul-de-sac.
need to add that, right? Because basically he's taking the 20 feet he's taking out is what would be the drainage easement.
It's the
He's
same.
not decreasing the pavement size of
Yeah.
yet, these are
Yeah.
cul-de-sac. But again, we just need to state that because if not, it could be interpreted as,
Yeah, you can put it on the other
It's
side.
the same language.
yeah,
From
same
the
language,
previous
just saying 100 feet instead.
Okay. Steep slopes.
Yeah. This
So
one
I'll
is-
mention, the way this is manifested on a smaller scale, in the past. So for instance, I believe Bellows Ranch has an exemption for driveways within a similar zone. But that's it. It's not carte blanche. 50 feet across the whole development is now no longer, constrained by steep slopes or trees or any, it says you can put in driveways, and the footprint of the driveway is exempt from the tree ordinance. But the driveway can't be more than 10 or 12 feet wide. And and so they have a zone of eligibility, but it's limited to certain improvements only.
We're good with that.
And so that
It makes sense. Makes sense.
if the concern is how do we get from the road to the house, on steep,
Is the,
Yeah, so basically, there's the cut fill and there's the trees, right? And that's all makes sense, right? So we just need to be able to get the minimum, be able to, cut in that particular topography, and to be able to access the lots, obviously, so with a driveway, and to be able to build the house and maybe have a little backyard.
so my question is gonna be around, do you need to cut and fill in the 50 feet between the right of way and the pad in order to make the road work properly?
There's a certain element to that, yes.
Because that's the fear.
That's
I
the
have.
50 feet. That's the
Yeah.
50 feet that we were requesting.
That you're requesting. So second question, you're gonna put every house 80 feet from the street? Right, okay, so no is the answer, which is what I thought it would be.
Yeah, so Danny's solution is a cleaner solution, honestly, than what we have proposed.
Yeah, but
Danny's solution is say, put the driveways, we give you an exception for the grading, that 50 feet, put whatever on the ROW, and then we'll give you the exception for the grading for the, and the trees for the driveway and for the pad, and maybe give us 30 feet in the back, just to be able to do 35 feet to do the backyard. Right, that's basically all.
You see how it keeps expanding?
Yeah.
Just 35.
It's so
Yeah,
it's so
essentially the whole lot.
Yeah, if you want to put the swimming pool, if you want to put like this
Doesn't
kind
the
of stuff.
septic system have to have like 50 feet from the house
Oh,
to
yeah.
the spray area?
These are very long lots. Like these lots are like 400 feet long, the majority of them. Like there's zero issue. That's why when we're saying, look, we're gonna claim first 80 feet or 100 feet, still have 300 feet in the back untouched.
And are you still planning to scrape the first 80 feet?
So we would have to, that's what Brad was saying. Can I
Yeah,
clarify?
yeah.
So that's what Brad was saying, is that, to be able to grade for the ROW, it's not just grading the ROW, you need to grade and cut around it, be able to just make it, especially in steep slopes. So that's why the 50 and 50. So we can maintain that and just add to it the language.
well,
on-
I was
on
talking
driveway.
about inside the 50.
Yeah.
Not past the 50.
Yeah, he's simply saying the closest it could be, because it's 50-foot setback, closest your house could be is 50 feet from the street. Right?
That's the
So
setback.
he's essentially saying, hey, right, if I have to come in and cut this road, And by doing that, I can make the road 20 feet out of the ground if I want. That'd be really dumb because it costs a lot of money. But right now you have a 20-foot drop off between the road and your property. And what he's saying is he needs room, and he's saying that 50 feet would be enough room to reshape that in order to not make your driveway have to drop 20 feet directly outside.
And also put the ditches.
Right, and to be able to cut bar ditches and things like that. So I think the question for us is 50 feet too much? Is that the right amount? What is the right amount to give him in order to do that?
But I recommend that, again, you can limit it to say only for driveways, only for road construction. Because right now, the way it's worded, it's a 50-foot zone, and if in that particular area they didn't have to do anything, they could still come in and scrape it.
Right.
Because there's no limitations on it. If they're saying that they need that 50 feet
for road construction,
and they don't actually know all of what they need, whether they need all of it in every lot for road construction, that's just the maximum extent. I've been set like some kind of serrated thing, that goes through there. That those are the only two things you're allowed to do that on, not just because it's not just a zone.
Yeah, you don't want them going, I'm gonna put the finished elevation 10 feet below the road and just strip it all the way down 10 feet straight all the way. Right. And I'm not saying he's gonna do that, but the way that it is currently worded, you could do that. So to Danny's point, that's what I'm trying to figure out is like, what kind of restriction do you put around that? I think for road construction, driveway construction would be.
So do y'all remember the variance that came through for Wallbach last cycle, where they had come in and got the variance for just the road footprints that went outside the right of way?
Right away, yeah.
We would have a similar document like that, but it would be a staff approval instead of
because it would
be already authorized here.
So so I think it's either that or we have to we can say, hey, you can do it, or we're going to restrict you on how much you can actually cut. So, or something like that. There's got to be some restriction. I don't.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think I can get a full.
Yeah. So
I agree with you.
So the language would basically change, instead of allowed within 50 feet on either side of the ROW, it would change to just allowed within.
No, you can still say allowed within 50 feet either side of the right of way, but only for road construction or driveway construction, with a driveway being a maximum of 12 feet wide. Something like that.
And we don't put that at all.
I would consider.
I would consider that road.
I would consider drainage part of road construction.
Because those.
We can call it out. Let's call it.
Those ditches are required for road construction, so they're part of
the road construction.
I'm not just meaning the pavement, but we can clarify.
We can clarify that because it's right now the ROW is only 40 feet.
Right.
But technically it's actually 60 feet. So if we're just limiting to 40 feet, we're gonna fall into problems on the other side.
Yeah.
So,
So and they're all.
And can we also talk about the building footprint and include that in it, and maybe give us some leeway around it to be able to do a swimming pool?
How would you know where the houses are going to be within the lot?
That's
Right now, it doesn't have to be that. Unless you are doing 80 feet from the.
I'm sorry.
How do you know where the pad's gonna be actually?
Well, we don't. What we're saying is, if we have the driveway has to get to the pad.
Right.
So wherever the pad is, we just want language that allows us to be able to, because we currently have the cut fill, there's no max on that. But there's no language on the trees, that you're able to take the trees out.
So
would you say that's the case?
Right now, you'd have to go through the standard tree mitigation process to remove a tree per driveway, the way it's written at the moment.
Yeah. Right. So what we're asking for, and same for the building footprint, right?
Yes.
No.
Well, the building footprint itself is exempt by right.
Yeah, by right.
It's already
not
exempt.
go
Special language for that.
Okay. So if we can get, is it fair to ask for maybe just the perimeter around the house to just be able to have?
Let's take one step back.
Yeah.
Are you planning on selling these as finished lots, or are you planning on selling them to developers and have to build houses and sell them?
Honestly, at this point in time, we don't even know if we have our tools. So we don't know where we're gonna end up.
Because if you sell them as just finished.
We typically have done both. We have done.
So if you sell them as finished lots, then the homeowner has to come, and I'd rather let that process play the normal way it plays.
Yeah, honestly, we don't like to be. We prefer to potentially get a whole bunch of builders and to just maybe segment it.
So you sell 20 finished lots to
To
some
one builder, yeah.
So very similar to what they're doing in Goldsmith.
Yeah, so we will need, like, assume that we are gonna be, getting.
Dan, it's still all captured as part of the building permit process for a new home, isn't it?
What's all captured?
Where the driveway is going, tree mitigation, things like that, tree survey.
Yes, yeah, that would all be part of,
that individual permit.
that individual permit. And so if somebody needed to you've seen cut and fill variance.
Right, that's what I'm saying, yeah.
This year.
Right.
Yeah,
I think we gotta leave it in that process.
Oh, well, you're gonna have 233 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, spend them.
I'm curious why you'd want to go ahead and do the building footprint. Like, is that not an extra expense?
No, he's simply saying that he wants the homeowner by the right we would give them to build a home plus some perimeter around the home and not have to come ask us.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's all I'm asking
Not
for.
that you're like preparing the path.
Yeah, so they're not coming back.
That's not in the application, that's a new thing tonight.
Right.
Because right now, he's allowed the footprint 10 feet by the regular thing. So
Right.
what he's talking about here, I just want to make sure everyone's clear, is another zone that's not in the application. I don't know what the number is, 20, 30, 40, 50 feet around the house to allow for other things. And it would be an expansion of the
Right,
existing.
so you can either snake your driveway to miss a bunch of trees, or you come ask for a variance to go straight to your house. I think we've played through the normal process.
This is a way of saying clear cutting without saying clear cutting.
Yeah.
I think we got what you do. Okay. Tree removal?
Yeah.
Where are we?
We are in the,
Or
about
tree
to
removal?
go into the tree section.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're
well, then, I don't like the maximum limit. I mean, are we just passing over that, like
Sorry, what do you mean?
cuts and fills? There's
With-
no maximum limit?
But the language is going to say, only in regard to road construction and pathways.
And he's not, trust me, he's not gonna go, if we limit him to that, earthworks so expensive, there's no way he's gonna go just to spite us, take out 20 foot of the hill.
Are we gonna,
I don't think he's going to that deep.
extra on top of the right of way?
No.
Because his plan is to have 50 feet on either side, but code is just allowed within the right of way.
Correct.
So we're gonna stick with code.
No, what they're talking about is, there's a 50-foot zone on each side of the right of way. Inside that zone, we're gonna pre-authorize unlimited cuts and fills for road construction, bona fide road construction, which is something the city staff's gonna have to sign off on, and driveways that are no more than 12 feet wide. They're basically, those are pre-authorized items within that 50 feet, but only those items. So if the road in one section, because of topography, goes 45 feet into a lot, then that area is gonna be exempt from any cuts or fills restriction. In another lot, if it only goes 15 feet, they can go to 15 feet, and then they can't do anything else past that inside the 50-foot zone or anywhere really.
The city is gonna be able to regulate that and say,
But wouldn't this
you don't need to cut 45 feet to make that road work.
Wouldn't this part normally be from the homeowner?
No, because these are the streets.
Normally, most developers contain all of these improvements within the right of way, and they just make the right of way as big as it needs to be to contain whatever the improvement is. In this case, they don't have, their contention is that they don't have enough land to contain all of the road improvements in the right of way and still have 1 acre lots. So they're seeking to incorporate a lot of those improvements that traditionally would be in the right of way in an easement, so that it's technically still part of the lot, technically still 1 acre. Hope I got it.
Thank you.
That was a brilliant explanation.
Yes, that was good. Re-review.
See if you can do it again.
I think that's.
Yes. Okay, let's go on to trees, everybody. So let me go back to your presentation. So basically, you're not asking for a cap on fee and lieu.
All he wants, I think all he really wants is,
What it
he wants to be able to take out just a oak tree without asking for approval.
If it's in that zone.
If it's in that zone.
Yeah, that's it.
And it's real simple, it's an over. There's no way. So,
That's the one, yeah, so
I
all
get
we're
it.
asking for is that we're able to clear where we're grading, because you can't great without clearing. Right? So that's, and if we have a majestic tree in there, which honestly, I don't believe we do, that there may be one right at the fringe that we're gonna try to protect, because for us, a majestic tree should be protected, and it brings more value to that lot.
I think we would.
Because we have this big, beautiful tree, and that lot will be worth more money, trust me. So what we're asking for is just within those limits that we just talked about, to be able to clear.
I don't want to give the waiver. I don't want to give him. I don't want to give. I'm not going to say you because I'm not.
Yeah, that's
you know, I'm not picking on you. Okay, but I don't want to allow the waiver of majestic trees.
No.
I mean, that's what we sit here to do. 90% of the time to argue about. No, we don't want to let them cut down all the trees.
A 36-inch tree needs to be protected.
Yeah.
And again, the process for that is to come here and the council to even be allowed to take it down.
Right.
And that's how it should.
And that is even for areas where like rating the ROW.
Cheer me up.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll consider.
Michelle.
But how do we know what kind of trees are?
We're not there yet.
We're not there yet. We're getting there. You told us you looked at 4,700 trees and you have GPS on 700. How do we know that there's only 700 that are
767 trees? Yeah, but we have commissioned a certified arborist that basically stamped all that stuff, and we have a count of trees that are invasive versus trees that are non-invasive. And we have some willow trees that we found, and each tree with its caliber, with its species, and its GPS location was produced by them. We didn't do anything. This is expert report.
You get what you pay for.
That we paid a lot of money for it. I hope to God we're getting what we paid for it, because I can tell you, it cost us an arm and a leg.
So the next item is 4-inch trees. Michelle, I feel like you're a resident tree. 6-inch versus 4-inch.
Yeah.
I heard a lot of variety. He's still gonna replace the same caliber inches, but allowing him to go down to 4-inch trees versus 6.
No on this.
No,
You would say no?
I would say no.
I'll go.
What about
I'll say no.
I just heard they're harder to get, they don't grow as fast as a 4-inch tree.
theory that we've heard before, that 6 inches harder to
So
keep up?
experience, I'm happy to share our experience, and I can tell you the trade-off.
Well, and
We can
before
do,
we,
sorry, go ahead.
so if you're not gonna be just scraping the whole lot to put a house on, and the person that purchases it is going to come here and ask for whichever trees are gonna be in there underneath their house and
So they get what's
Feet
underneath
around.
their house.
right, they get that, but. My trans-
Sorry.
Talking about the 6-inch versus 4-inch.
Right, so then you're saying you're gonna add 4-inch trees? Why would you even need to add trees? I guess it's because
Well,
it
that's a
becomes
good
like.
we don't need to add trees. We would like to add trees, because when we're grading, we would like to add, so we can do one tree that is 6-inch and they don't survive very easily. Or we can do 2 trees that are 4-inch. Now, we are meant that we believe that when we came in and presented that we would do 2 trees for each lot, and we would replace basically about 1,800 inches of trees by doing that.
I guess I just don't want it to
Just
look
the
like.
cost.
So Danny, real quick though, in the road right away, he can take out as many trees as he wants by right.
Except for
tree
majestic.
mitigation. Yes, tree mitigation on that. Or he has to replace it.
Not within the tree, not within the road rights of way, no roads and,
But what he's grading outside the right of way?
no, that won't be exempt.
Right,
Again, because everything in our ordinance is tied to right of way. So if we're shrinking the footprint of the right of way, we're now bringing more trees into mitigation than would have been otherwise.
So this is just a motion to say, if he does have to do, at least that's how I see it, he does have to do tree mitigation. The code says 6 is the minimum.
It says 50% of the replacement trees have to be 6 inches, 50% can be 4 inches.
Right, so he's asking for all of them to be 4 inches.
Yeah.
But then he's still replacing the same amount of caliber.
Right,
So
well,
you
he's
can
gonna-
also preserve 4-inch trees on the side too, which sometimes people miss. So if he's got a bunch of 4-inch trees that aren't protected, like live oaks, he can just elect to keep those and count them towards his also.
That's better.
Well, and it's an option,
Yeah.
but, I just wanted to.
I just wanna make
clarify
sure that that's what we're talking about here, right? Is if he has to mitigate, we're allowing him to do 4-inch trees instead of 6 on that 50%.
The way this is written, yes.
Okay. So I'm asking you, do you think that's okay from a tree perspective, is a 4-inch tree versus 6-inch tree?
But I think y'all should limit it again, the same way you did cut and fill road construction driveways in that 50-foot buffer. That's what we're talking about, right?
No, we're talking about the size of the tree.
Oh, did we move past the, I guess I'm up on tree removal 1-1, we're down to. Never mind.
Yes.
Sorry.
Well, I guess it would be okay, because also it depends on the time of the year that they're planted.
Yeah. I mean, because
They don't
right, if you lose
survive.
12 caliber inches, either 2 6-inch trees or 3 4-inch trees. Same.
Yeah.
Right? You're still gonna have to do 12 inches of replacement.
Oh,
Correct, yes.
Oh, that's.
Yeah.
I think it's just saying like, because I've heard that the smaller trees can root better and right, like they try to transplant them over to your tree.
Okay.
So, okay, I guess I'm,
Ordered that one. Great, tree survey.
yeah, no, I need the tree survey.
I think he needs a tree survey.
I mean, you did all the work, I get it, I know.
Is there a way just to take that data?
I was just saying,
and
just
put it
go to
into
the surveyor and have them put it on the survey, so it's on a map, and it's.
Oh, we can do that. As in, like, we have certified, so we have engineers that can just take that stuff and put it in CAD.
I think we want to.
If that's what you would like to see.
We want to see a normal tree survey.
The two differences here, that I see are changing the professional from a registered land surveyor to a certified arborist. And then, our tree surveys also require the drip line to be depicted. And this is just a list.
Of the trees.
Of the trees, right. So if you put it on a map, to make this inventory a tree survey, you'd have to put it on a map and show the drip lines.
Right.
And then
which the arborist could do.
Would each individual lot owner then have to perform a tree survey?
No, this tree survey basically covers the whole development because they have to do the whole development.
Correct. If we
Typically,
let him do what he's asking, because he's only providing the right of way.
so typically what will happen is the developer will come in, do a tree survey for the whole development, and then they will only do a tree mitigation plan for the portions of the property they are actually touching. So for drainage, utilities, streets, whatever, and you usually don't get a huge mitigation number there. And then when they say they sell a block of 20 lots to a developer, a builder, that guy's gonna come in and do a mitigation for his 20 blocks, his 20 lots, and that's where you're gonna see more usually of that tree mitigation start to kick in, because we're in an area that's not exempt. The developer usually, most of his stuff is in an exempt area, rights of way, or some other utility related thing that's justified, but anyway. So that's how it'll be staggered. We'll get a
The
tree
tree
survey.
surveys expire every 12 months. Isn't that right?
The tree survey does not expire. The environmental assessment expires.
So I
12 months or 24.
We've done this on other subdivisions where we said, no, just only do a tree survey where you're disturbed, which in his case would be 40 plus the 50, and then leave the tree survey later to.
You can, that's not the code.
Correct, that's not the
standardly,
code.
but we have approved developments in the past where the tree survey was only conducted where dirt was turning. And if that was all up front, then it was all up front. If it was just for the roads now, and then the builder did it on his block of lots, they did it then. That has been approved before.
Did you go do every tree on the property, or did you do it just where you were doing it? So you've already done it pretty much. You would just need to get a surveyor to do it and put it on a plan.
Well, but so yeah, so we've done pretty much the whole property, right? We have every single tree over 6 inches and
So
bigger.
of the 4,700, you only have 767 trees.
That are going to be affected by what he's doing.
They're the non-invasive. So we have, to be clear, I mean, this is the survey. And every single one of these trees has a GPS location. We looked at 4,792 trees. 767 were actually native non-invasive, fell into the category of, right? So about 85% of this property are invasive trees.
And what are you considering invasive?
And that's not a distinction we make in our code. We
Okay.
have a specific list of
Correct.
trees.
And that specific list, 85% of the trees belong in that specific list. It's basically ash juniper, that is
Mesquite,
85%.
ash juniper, and,
Yeah, so that is basically not governed by the code. You go ahead and cut without.
Hackberry.
There's no hackberries.
But I think that's on the list.
No, there's no hackberries. Mostly ash juniper. Hardly, no.
I think hack and China berries might be, trash trees on the
Okay.
ordinance. I could be, I know China berries on
Yeah, so we found some like willows. We have live oak, red oak, bur oak, and ash juniper. There aren't many species on the property. It's interesting, but we do have, and we currently have 5 majestic trees that are live oak. One is willow, and it's beautiful. We have we call heritage specimen trees. Sorry about that. We're about 45 of them that are live oak out of the whole place. We have 712 that are between 6 and 23 feet. Right, in California. So that is the that's about
So let's go back. We are all in favor of having the survey done,
Yes,
okay.
or at least I am.
But is the survey, are you okay with, I mean, since we've done this,
No, I
and
know
we have
what
it
you-
by certified, are you okay with us just doing the survey for those areas?
So I think that's the question.
Just the right.
Do we want to limit a tree survey to just where he's turning dirt?
Because we've already paid a lot of money.
Which would be 40 feet plus the 50 on either side.
I'm fine with
Yeah,
I am
that's
too.
at least where he's operating.
that.
Thank you.
No, we're good.
but it's gonna have to follow the code, or it's gonna be what he's already done?
No, it's full code, but just those.
Sorry, what does that?
So.
You need a full tree survey, an actual tree survey, not just
And the
ordinance.
Oh, yeah. So it's an actual tree survey, but within.
Where you could potentially disturb.
And does that mean you're gonna just go in and take down every ash juniper? Because I know that on my property, it's like, we have a
Of course
couple
not.
of fantastic,
Trees sell.
right,
Okay, let's remember.
Even ash trees.
Say yes to trees. Even all kind of
it's
trees
not invasive.
sell, they sell.
Okay.
Riparian.
Here, the riparian buffer encroachment. So I believe allowed but limited to approximately 45 encroaching lots as shown in the, so does the language in your application state that those are gonna be easements? Or those are encroaching, like you said, in the presentation?
It doesn't state it, then we shame on us, but that's the intent, yes. So we
Okay.
will,
It says approximately 50 to 55 instances of encroachment of lots within the riparian buffer as depicted on D1 is what this part says.
Does it
correct.
say-
So basically, yes, I mean, the intent is to. do an
It
easement
says the
and-
applicant is
We'll just need to
proposing to
clarify that.
contain encroachments within drainage easements.
Okay.
So, Danny, question, driveways to the riparian buffer.
Yeah,
I
how
know
does
we
that
have
work?
standards for roads, but do we have standards for driveways through riparian buffers?
No, you'd need a variance for a driveway through a riparian buffer.
Okay, so
But these are on the back of,
no,
well, I don't know, I haven't
we
looked
have
at
six,
There was-
there's like
Six
6 or
where
7
there's
lots
six.
where you have to drive through the riparian buffer.
Yeah.
I was curious.
Well, actually, okay, we're mitigating those. So basically, we're putting culverts, we're raising them. That's where, and I will show you. I mean, and if that is the language, then that's what we will put in there.
Yeah, but
Right.
do we have a
We highlight.
provision for that?
I'm sorry?
Do we have a provision for that? within-
No, we talk about roads,
Right.
and, other utility type stuff. Driveways are not called out as a standard allowable encroachment in the
Riparian.
riparian buffer. So that's something that would need to be
So the
authorized.
question is, why is a road allowed but not the driveway? One would think it's the other way around. Because the driveway is only used by actual people. The road is
Because,
used-
because we don't allow lots to be plotted within the riparian buffers.
Yeah, this wouldn't be.
That's why. Because we don't allow lots within riparian buffers.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I'm saying that from a high level.
Yeah,
It's an introduction.
yeah, I think at a high level, right, you gotta be able to get around the subdivision, which means you're gonna be traversing your riparian buffers, but we typically don't allow them within lots, so there's no provision for it. And so I feel like we need to put some thought into that a little bit, so. Because, what a standard would be for a road culvert, I think a homeowner might think different. So
I mean,
we could just say constructed to road standards, like,
well, the road is still gonna have to be culverted. Because even when you cross it with a road, you still have to protect the
actual riparian buffer.
The flow. You can't just create a dam or reduce the
runoff.
The flow.
Yeah, you can't obstruct the flow.
Right, you can't obstruct the flow, right? So and I don't imagine dip style driveways would be very undesirable.
Yeah, because if it floods, you can't get out of your house.
Or even just can't get to it. So I think the culvert is almost gonna be.
Can we not
I just wanna make sure that the standard is set of what that culvert needs to look like. If we allow.
I mean, we don't have driveway standards.
So when we put is, can we just say that the driveway has to be constructed to roadways, to right-of-way roadways?
I do just limit it to the drainage portion of that.
Correct. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense.
But couldn't you just easily say like, don't build there and just put your lot in from the side and that's actually 2 lots instead of 6?
Yeah.
I mean, you could do flag lots.
Do it. Say like,
You could do 4 flag lots and then 2 lots. Do we allow flag lots on R2?
Flag lots have, the neck can't be any longer than 500 feet and the distance 30. So as long as it's in those parameters, and they'd have to be redesigned obviously, and they're gonna be very different than what they look like now.
Yeah.
It's easier to stick to what we've got in place here than making some special provision to allow them to travel through this area, because you and I both know that, like,
so at the end of the day, he's not asking for that. And so what I'm trying to get to the heart of is if we say, yes, you're allowed to encroach on these lots with riparian buffers, and they're gonna be put in a drainage easement, can you build a driveway through the riparian buffer or not?
Under the code now, no.
Okay, so he's gonna have to get a variance for those 6 lots.
Right.
At some other time.
If it's not provided for in the PDD, yes.
Great.
Well, our hope. No, that would not be fair to us as we're planning. But we can't just leave these lots with a question mark, right? What we're hoping for is, we're hoping for you guys, you had a good idea, right? Saying, you know what, build it to code standard. If you just.
In the riparian buffer.
In the riparian buffer, that's it. And we will do that. If you give us that, at least we know from budgeting perspective.
Yeah, that is expanding outside the scope of this that you currently have in your application.
It's something that you guys brought up. You have the discretion to just add that.
Do it.
It's a mitigation.
Yes, I mean, y'all are gonna find things as you go through this that don't make sense, and or something else better. Yes, you can make a recommendation contrary to what they've applied for, or in addition to what they've.
He wasn't asking for that.
He's not asking for it, but the problem is that he's going to need it.
Yeah.
Well, he is asking
I mean, we also, yeah.
You design a lot, just like that.
But
Just
we also,
bring the driveways into the side.
if
You got
we
2 lots,
don't
not 6.
add that extra one, then maybe there's an opportunity for them to think about this section a little bit differently, and we'll see it differently when we see the MDP and during the plating process.
Most likely, the context that this would take place in is if you were of a mind to allow the riparian buffers to be contained in easements, you would also add a provision that would say any riparian buffer contained in an easement can also be transgressed by a driveway as long as it has
The road standard
construction related to its
I
drainage.
don't think we should do that.
And that would be super. That will work beautifully in the sense that.
I mean, yeah. Okay.
Because just adding more.
Sure. I mean, if I'm in a lone minority there, then I guess that's where I am. So, nope, you're fine. This is why we're doing this. So, okay, next one.
All right, dedicated parkland.
So that we saw.
Yeah, so that one is we either allow him to give us more dedicated parkland after he relocates the riparian buffers into the drainage facilities.
Well, but that's part of our plan is we're changing the water course.
Well, let's talk about that for a second. Can we bring up the plat that shows, the park plan on some level?
Yeah, I had just a procedural question.
166. Do you need to ask a question before I start?
No, go for it.
All right, so, whoops, we were there for a second. I was looking for the visual, there we go. So you're saying that this waterway is going to be changed to a different route once your drainage is in?
Well, it's going from here into the pond.
Right, but it still leaves the pond. Because your
Leaves the
pond
pond down this way from here.
right, but it ties right back into the area of.
So are you saying you're gonna get rid of this?
Yeah.
And it's gonna flow back out this way?
Yeah.
Maybe you wanna give this space as part.
Yeah.
Right, but not any,
But not any of this.
Yeah.
So you're just, so this is 3.84, and you wanna give that, which would make it about 5.
Yeah, he was saying, remember he was talking about putting a walkway across or something, so it'd be contiguous, so, I don't know how they.
Yeah.
they eliminate that neck.
Yeah,
That
so
branch.
so we'll take this out, then, so this branch here will not.
So,
no
so
longer
do we really need to do anything there? Would you say, no, we gotta provide 5 acres?
It is 5 acres. We don't have to do anything on this one. Strike it.
Okay.
Well,
great.
just.
Give me specific.
Let me just say,
For the
say, the idea that that's gonna happen, but until I have an engineering analysis that said that neck is no longer,
I hear you.
I won't be able to prove it, so I'm just saying that.
We're gonna leave it just the way the code says.
Yeah, that's
We should
exactly.
deal with that.
That's even what the code says. That's what we need.
Okay, any other questions?
Yes, so you don't have your water yet. So what if they tell you you can't have water till 2027?
And this is a financial issue would have to be done. It's really a financial decision for us. Do we take the risk and wait? Or do we just sit on it until
So
we
you
know more?
can't touch it until you have
Or not?
water?
Well, they're not gonna turn dirt till they have water.
No.
Right, okay.
That would be bad.
And like we were talking about this last time he was here, you know, if you walk in right now, and trust me, if you walk in right now and you sit down with JP Chase or you sit down with Frost Bank, the first question they ask you,
Do you have water?
do you have water? That they ask that before they ask you, do you have a down payment? No.
You're absolutely right. That's one of the first questions. But for us, actually, the risk, we have a very intricate matrix for our risk mitigation. And honestly, water is one of them. But for us, a lot of the stuff we're talking about today is risk. When you have, anytime you have a question mark on cost, it's a risk. Like even these riparian buffer,
Yeah, there's market risk and there's utility risk, and very, very infrequently anymore. And I mean, I've been doing business development since 1985. They used to ask you, questions about your financing, questions about your environmental aspect. They never ask you utility questions. They never ask you where you're going to get your water, where you're going to get your power, where you're going to get, who's going to take care of your waste or anything like that. Now they're asking that, especially here.
Yeah.
You know.
They are.
We still have to do.
Yes, we
Oh,
do.
yes, we
I
do.
would like to just ask for permission to revisit those 6 lots and to please reconsider allowing us a certainty on those lots without, so if we are able to meet the standards of the road construction, we're already building some of these roads inside the buffer, right? So if we are able to up the standard, pay the extra money, put the culverts, make sure that we have basically these driveways built at the same standard as the roads, then please ask for consideration on that, because that will allow us to just fix our budget and move on with this project. It's just one of the last things that I see potential ink in. If you allow us that, it'd be super good. You're not giving up much, honestly, in terms of, the standard will be upheld. If you're allowing roadways inside the buffer, which you are, why would you not allow the driveway that is built to the same standard as the roadway?
Would the culvert have to run this entire frontage of this lot? The only thing,
Going down the street.
Yes.
Yeah.
Driveway.
only under the driveway.
You wouldn't need it
Little
anywhere else.
sections in between.
So it's not gonna run 300
Water.
feet. It's gonna-
So it's the flow, the riparian buffer. You can't obstruct the flow of the riparian buffer. You have to leave it in its natural water course. I state that right?
That's correct.
So it has to stay in the natural flow path and everything. And it can't dam up, it can't, any of that stuff.
Yeah, so we're not changing any of that, we'll just follow.
I mean, it may be big, you may have to put box culverts in on these like lots and it just. Enjoy, they're expensive. I don't know, like, I mean, that's really all there is to it.
They're only like 12-foot wide.
Well, I mean, it depends, right? Like, so if you wanna, you build the roadway standards, has to be out of, there's any flooding that could happen there, any of that, it's gonna be elevated.
Yeah.
So you could have, right, you might have to really mound it up and build it up, and there's a whole bunch of things they'd have to consider to do.
So that would be something we would be willing to take on as extra cost, just to get the certainty of being able to build this thing.
Yeah, and you might be better off once you get into it, realizing that's not the best way to do
Yeah, but at
it.
least if we have that will cover us. Even if it's more money, then we'll just ask for your consideration. So there's no question mark on these lots. We just need some level of surety that we can just move on.
There's so many things that you need, and you understand from our perspective, it's like, this feels forced. This doesn't feel natural. It doesn't feel like you really looked at our rules and said, I can build the project within these parameters. You said, here's my parameters.
Yeah, no, sorry.
So I'm sensitive to what's going on.
Yeah.
I do understand that, but man,
Well,
this
let me
is
invite you
a lot.
to consider this. When you're a developer, you start with some baselines. You start saying, you know what, I'm buying this land for X amount of money because it's currently zoned for this and this. So your yield of productivity is going to be X, and you start working the math, right? And as part of that math, you need to look at target sale price, look at construction costs. Construction costs in this particular property is very high per lot because of the topography.
Yes,
right? So when you have less lots, which is what we're doing by giving up, by saying, okay, you want 1 acre lots, we're giving you 1 acre lots. We drop, say, from 320 to 230. Okay? But the cost of development is not changing by much, right? So now my cost per lot is here versus here, right?
But now,
so even though it may sound to you like we're asking for a lot, we're trying to box. It's a global view.
I understand that.
but
The
when he's saying,
combination of all of this seems to me that I would come to this, look at it and go, man, I don't know if I'm gonna spend the first dime and do the tree survey. This seems like a mountain to climb. And we're gonna make a motion to pass or deny here shortly, and I'm sure most of us have already made up our mind at this point, but once again, your ask is not light, and I know you've made a lot of trips down here to do this.
I live here.
But
I live here. Okay.
but I'm going to follow with Fred on this. When you started on this down this path, all right, not this month, not last month, month before last, and came in here. The deal is we have a certain set of standards here, and you knew what they were coming in, and I understand that there's better ways to do some of these things. I understand there's better ways to make money. But you didn't even have to be here. All you had to do was do everything that's in the code, and it would have been a rubber stamp, and you could have walked out the door. But you decided that you wanted to do it to make more money. And now you're making a really, really involved process here, and you're already on a $230 million budget. And, the reason you're doing that is so you can make more money. You're not doing it out of the kindness of your heart. You keep telling us, okay, we're doing this because, this is the right thing to do, or this is the way we want to do it. No, you're doing this to make money, which is fine. I want you to make the money. I want you to do the job the way you want it. But like Fred's saying, This is just a ton of asks. And if it was me and if it's a privately financed project, I can assure you, you'd never get past the front door because it's just too much to load up on somebody to do too many changes. If I had a personal set of parameters and you went outside of my personal set of parameters as far as you've gone outside of our code, it would have never flown. It would never fly. And, you know, I don't mind sitting here and doing this, but, you know, you don't have to be here. You can come back and build 329 R2 lots. All you have to do is hold every one of our codes. And then you can build the rest of them R2s. You know, I mean, you can build whatever you want as long as you build the codes, but you're asking for a lot of different variants. Some of them we're happy to grant, you know, and some of them we're just like, is he just trying to wear us down? I mean, that's my viewpoint on it.
I get your point, and I apologize for coming across like this. I would like to present you with the other side of this. That yes, you're right. We could have come forward with 329 lots, and we could cut and fill within the ROW without any maps.
Right.
Concern. And we could also put a sewer facility, sewer treatment facility.
You could.
But these are not the things that you told us. That people don't want a sewer treatment facility. We can go ahead and apply for one. We can get it to CEQ requirement, and if that's what it comes down to, that's what we'll do. Okay. At the end of the day, if you guys ask us for 1 acre lots, we come back with 1 acre lots. We go the extra mile to make sure that we're coming up with the best possible plan. We're creating those buffers for the neighbors. We're not putting a sewer facility. We're making sure that we're not encroaching in any way. We're respecting the code in 95% of the code.
Right.
Yet we're asking for those allowances that will give us the ability to deliver on what you asked us for.
But you know, at the same time, you know, I don't think you're doing it out of the goodness of your heart. I think you're doing it because you think you could make more money off the 1 acre lots than you could off the half-acre lots. And I don't.
You know what? Why don't I disagree on this? Because I can tell you, I have partners that would love to do this project differently, and I ask you to please consider what I am offering. Right. Because I have partners that are absolutely willing to go to the code, and build 500 units, including the apartments, to the code. And all I ask for is for you to please consider.
You know that's fine too. We can't stop that. But you know, the thing about it that Fred and I are both saying is that we're just almost overwhelmed here. You know, is that the way? I mean,
yeah, I mean, seemingly the list is extremely long. We still have public comment. I'm not seeing my children this evening.
Oh,
you know, we're here. This is 3 months in a row, and I missed last month. It's Groundhog Day.
If you would like us to go back, and you say no, and we will go back, and we'll go back with the code, and we will do it.
I understand what you're offering. I understand what you're offering here, but you're saying
and we are doing it to be good citizens. I promise you.
You're saying to me, I'm going to give you what you want. Give me all this stuff.
Yeah, but all the stuff is
give you what you want. Give me all this.
And I'd like to make a clarifying point. I'm not trying to be contrary to anybody, but nobody with the city has made any deals. The city has not told anybody or asked anybody for anything. I just want to make sure that's clear.
We got feedback. That's it. I didn't say anybody.
Well, I'm not trying to pile on you or him. I don't want the narrative to become the city asked for 1 acre lots and then that hasn't happened.
Oh, he didn't. I know.
Okay, just making it.
Do you guys mind if we get into public comment?
Yes.
No, go ahead, do that.
Okay. All right, we are at 9:15, opening public comment. We're going to start with Mr. Sisk.
Good evening, Commissioners. The presentation of this proposed development as a planned development district allows my curiosity. I believe this entire presentation is a PDD, is a misuse of the PDD ordinance. The level of detail in much of this 112-page presentation you've seen is totally inappropriate to a request for a planned development district. The criteria for approval of a PDD must include, as noted, the proposed source of all electric, water, gas, telecommunications, and wastewater services. The proposal under consideration lists the Texas Water Company as the water supplier, and nothing more is required at this stage. Now, we all know that an adequate supply of water must be submitted to every subdivision. And therein, as Shakespeare noted, lies the rub. You are essentially being asked to approve a subdivision request for which the requirement of water is unlikely to be satisfied soon or at any time in the foreseeable future. The Texas Water Company, as we've all heard, currently has at least 9 subdivisions on hold, and I have it from reliable sources in the neighborhood immediately adjacent to the McCarty Ranch property that TWC often cannot supply either adequate water pressure or water of acceptable quality to existing customers. The Texas Water Company is mandated by Canal County regulations to provide an updated water study by the end of this year and every 3 years, which they promised to do at a recent meeting hosted by the city. And I look forward to seeing that report, given the many changes with respect to water supply that have occurred since the previous report 3 years ago. Folks, we're out of water. In the meantime, I know you will do what you need to do at this stage of development. I have one more point about that. The city council may require additional studies to approve a PDD. One of them should be a drainage study. In addition, I would highly recommend that the city council recommend a water supply and supply certification for this project before proceeding to approve it. Thank you.
Ryan Tucker.
Try to be brief. There's a lot to go through individually. I'm not going to waste the commissioner's time on that. I do want to remind you, though, at the outset, when the developer got up here, he said we held up our end of the deal. So to Danny's point earlier, if someone's going to come up here and say, you know, I held up my bargain, you didn't hold up yours, what do you think he's going to do with a PDD that's very generalized? He's going to take that PDD and shove it right down our throats. If we have to spend 2 hours and write a War and Peace novel to fix what should have already been fixed and presented, then a general, vague PDD, he's going to look at that and say that controls over our city code. There's language in the PDD. If the PDD is passed, if you miss something in this motion from HE double hockey sticks that you might prepare, then the trouble on the back end is he's going to point to a general PDD and say I'm in substantial compliance. So the point is, when the developer comes in here, he needs to have his ducks in a row. They're not there. Just from a selfish side, it's probably unnecessary. There was talk earlier about the water tower from the prior example. I'm the guy that lives off Barton Hill and was concerned about the water tower going in my backyard, or water tank. It says proposed water tank on there. As I stand here, I still have no idea where that water tank may go. I don't know whether trees might be around it. I don't know what the size dimensions of it. There's multiple other questions that we didn't even really get into tonight. So in addition to the laundry list that you have, I as a homeowner have no idea how that might impact me, nor do my neighbors. So again, I think rather than vote on a motion that best of luck trying to figure out what that's going to say, I think the easiest thing to do is just deny the application. Thanks.
Thank you. Melissa Koski.
Hello. And yes, I'm sorry, I kind of do feel like Groundhog Day again because I feel like we're just talking about the same things over and over. A little bit earlier, there was mention about the trees and the size of the replacement trees, but the state nursery or the state arborist requires 6 inches for those replacements. And Bulverde, in their tree code that was adopted, about 15 years ago, it also says in there 6 inches, not 4 inches, not 3 inches, 6 inches. So just a little bit of Groundhog Day on that. I just want to go back over McCarty Ranch, is adjacent to 281. And I think that the city has responsibility to not only just the citizens of Bulverde, but the people that are passing through 281 with the recent floods and everything on July 5th. Those are just things that have to not be forgotten because it didn't just happen once every 100 years. Going back over where's the water coming from, where's this tank going to go? How high is this tank going to be? Today we were talking about 35 feet, 50 feet. I mean, what kind of unsightly thing do we have to look at in our neighborhood? And where is this water coming from? And why should us as neighbors have to sacrifice what we already have issues with? So we know there's issues with water. Shortening the width of the streets. I absolutely, if you can't get a fire truck down there, or you've got, an accident, or, my F-250's parked on the street and something else can't get by, it's not safe. We have enough of that over on the west side of 281. There's a lot of neighborhoods where it's very difficult to get through when somebody's parked on the street. And that's without even an issue. I read something today. The City of Bulverde's website states the current mission of the Bulverde Planning and Development is to properly manage the growth and development of the community by carrying out adopted policies and provide professional expertise in the area of planning and development. So I just ask you, please use your expertise to protect and preserve the current laws. You know what's on code. I know you've been talking about this all night, but we have to stick to what is right, what's been done, what's been studied, and not just give in and not just help someone else create what they want to do. We've got issues in this town. We've had floods. A lot of things happen, but we really have to stand up and say, this can't be done. And maybe sometimes it just shouldn't be done. Maybe there's a different plan for this property. I don't know, but it just doesn't seem right. And that's all. Thank you.
Mark Koski.
After about an hour and 37 minutes of that part going on, you get our 3 minutes each. It's just like mentioned since the last 2 times. This is the 3rd time. It is Groundhog Day. We're repeating the same thing over and over again. A lot of more open-ended questions here. Well, this is what you need to do. Brad, are you an engineer? Okay. I work in the manufacturing business. I work with architects all the time. I did an AIA presentation yesterday. What rules a job? What rules a building commission plan? The specs. The specs are put together, and you're all talking here about adjusting the specs to his demand. When he came here the first time 3 weeks ago, it was, here's my list of 9 things I want done. If you don't do it, we're going to take our toys and go away. And everyone was pretty clear on that. That's not the way we want it. But you gave him the opportunity to elaborate. And it was Danny wasn't here the first time, but he's been here the last 2 times. He's done a great job filling me in as a resident of this area. And Brad, you do a good job of trying to take it from the engineering perspective. I like that. But specs are specs. Open-ended blueprints don't work. They don't work. They're not the law. I have too many jobs I've been to where guys got to work. It says this on the blueprints. Well, that's great. The specs say this is what you got to do. This is what building code says what you have to do. He doesn't want to do that. And you keep opening the door for him to walk through that door and say, Well, we'll do this for you. We'll do this. If you do this, can you do that? Just do the plans right. Bring them to Danny, bring them to all you guys, bring them to your building commission, whatever it is. Do it right the first freaking time. Every time it's here, it's a whole different excuse. Same old thing. Well, I'm doing this great, and I appreciate the way you addressed it today. You're doing it to make more money. Okay? I'm here because there's other people in my neighborhood that are elderly. Some were here that have left now, and they can't stay up this late, and they're tired. They don't want to be here. Okay? I got up at 5:30 this morning to go do a presentation to somebody. We're all there, but I'm here for my neighbors. I don't back up to this place. I love Bulverde. I shared the story before. When I drove through here 18 years ago, I want to come here. They're neighborly. They wave to you. They greet you. They're happy. They're good people. I believe all you here are good people. But when someone comes to my neighborhood and wants to bully me, intimidate me, bullcrap. Okay? I don't appreciate that. And I don't appreciate it for my city and my people. And I don't want us to listen to that. We deserve better than that. We're owed better than that. You're all on this commission because you want to make this town a better town. And I'm sorry, this whole presentation that has gone on for these last 3 months is BS. And it's time for it to stop. It needs to go away. Come back with a better plan, put it through city, put it through whatever you got to do, but don't keep bringing us the same crap over and over again.
Thank you. David Ronquillo?
My name is David Ronquillo. I live at 3777 Lariat Drive, Bulverde. Mr. Porter, I want to thank you for your comments. They were clearly a breath of fresh air for this meeting because you went straight to the point. You spoke frankly and you hit the nail on the head. It's about money. If you recommend approval of his request, what will you recommend when the next developer comes along and requests the same volume of variances? Your approval recommendation sets a precedent. In other words, you'll be opening Pandora's box for future developers. But my question is, what criteria will you use to recommend approval? Certainly, it can't only be to the developer's presentation or the numerous documents that he submitted. What are the criteria? And are you obligated to approve it? Is there a state law, a county law, city law that says any developer that walks in here must be approved with whatever his plans may be? Finally, in Article 10 relating to fit with the city's vision, the developer simply states that this proposed plan upholds all stated goals in the city's 2025 comprehensive plan, Sunrise 2025, and its intent. Yet there's no discussion how the proposed plan does that. He simply makes the statement that it does and expects you to accept it at face value. But clearly, based on the questions and the discussions I heard tonight in this meeting between the developer and some commissioners, it appears that you are looking for a way to approve this development. And I don't believe that's the purpose of this commission. As was said previously, he's been in 3 or 4 times. He should come in, go by what the ordinance are, and that's the end of it. Instead of asking for carte blanche, let me do what I want, give me that approval. And like I say, you approve his, you're opening Pandora's box for every other developer that comes down the road. Thank you.
Thank you. Lorraine Ronquillo? Gary Short?
My feet are asleep sitting that long. Commissioners, thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm going to be very brief. I want to applaud you for your patience and your sense of fairness in listening to this. But obviously, this has not been a plan that's been presented well, as Lindy mentioned. And you have tried to make them come forward and really present this so it is a plan. It's really not. The residents appreciate your dedication to continuing to make this community the best. And we ask you to stand by that, stand by the regulations, the standards that have been set for proper reasons. And most importantly, to most people that I've talked to in our neighborhood, in the Johnson Ranch area and surrounding area, is drainage and potential flooding. And that's been something since the early 2000s we moved out here, that we have heard that the city has tried very desperately to ensure the best and safest area, particularly related to flooding. So thank you for your consideration for that, as well as everything else. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Brian Weller.
Hello again.
Really, just keep it short like I always do, to the point, like getting all those details. I mean, I see the zoning map over there, you know, it could look worse. It could look like Johnson Ranch, man. You know what I mean? I back up to the fence right there, so I see it every day. So when it looks ugly one day, I'm gonna invite you guys over and have to take a look at that whenever KB buys that crap. Or we just take, why don't we just not sell the ranch and buy, the city should buy it. Take the $200,000 to $400,000 that they're using for this chip seal. That looks terrible. Has anybody seen that? Right down Casey Road. Yeah, see? Chip seal. Huh? Let's worry about something else. Let's save that money and buy this property. And if you don't think anybody should be back there, I do. I don't want to look at any KB homes back there. I don't want to see it back there. Right now, it doesn't matter about the water. If you put someone R2, they're going to drill a well. They're going to put it in. If they build it to the specifications, I get it. I deal with it daily. I work in the utility field. I deal with it daily. So, I mean, water well. I mean, every time I've been there, I've seen variances approved. Everybody comes with variances, right? So, you know, I'm not saying I'm 100% for everything, but you know, the guy's trying. I mean, I get it. He's here his third time, whatever. I didn't make it to the first meeting. I wasn't invited to it. I think when everybody's kind of dogging him about the recommendations, it's because when he's here and y'all are talking to him, you're kind of giving him recommendations, and he's kind of taking that, and that's why I think he's talking like that, because he's hearing like, hey, we recommend that the right of way be a 50 or 60 foot right of way. So he's kind of taking that and going back with that. I don't think, you know, we're all here to make money, man. So that's, you know, that's at the end of the day, that's what he's doing. I mean, but anyways, I don't know what else to say. I say we just buy the city, buy the ranch and make a park out of it, man. Quit using the $200,000 to $400,000 chip seal in that. He knows what I'm talking about. That is a terrible job of chip sealing on Casey Road, for sure. And down my neighborhood, through Barton Hill, that was a waste of money, man. I mean, we wasted a lot of money. Bulverde Road, they did a good job. I'll give you that. I'll give them that. Bulverde Road, they did a great job. So, thank you.
Thank you. Jay Davenport?
He left.
He left. Okay. That is closing public comment at 9:34. Okay. There's a couple things that I want to say with this. There's a lot of things, but I think the main thing that's really sticking out to me is I feel like if we truly look at what he's asking for right now, granted, yes, in the very beginning, last time, he was asking for a lot, and it was a ton. Tonight, he's listened to what we've had to say previously. He's really not asking for that much. If we actually look at it, he's asking for slight difference on the ROW, but it's still the same because we're getting the 10-foot drainage. So we're still getting the same thing we would get if he did follow the code. We are, with the cul-de-sac, it's the same thing. Steep slopes, we're only making sure it's with the road construction, and we said driveways, but it doesn't have to be driveways either because we're not having to do the pad of the building. So he doesn't have to have a spot to get to the pad. It could just be the roadway. We're not allowing him any of the tree removal. We nixed that out.
Still see the trees already.
We still did the tree survey, so that's not changing. The riparian buffer, there's nothing really changed there, and we took out the dedicated parkland. So there's only 2, 3 things, right?
So I just want to say high level for me, and just again, I appreciate everyone's public comment, especially staying this late. You know, I think a lot of what happens with these sorts of things, right, is we point out things to the developer, they bring things to us. Also, you know, the developers are obviously trying to make money, like we said, and they're also trying to stay at a high level, because the deeper you dive, the more money it costs to do this. So yes, he's come back 3 times. And every time he's come back, I promise you, he spent a lot more money to get much more specific on the details he's giving us to try and help remove a lot of those gray areas. And so for me, and maybe we haven't done the best job of like really setting the tone or the stage for this, and I want to take a second to do that, which is what we're debating right now is he's going to give us an R2 where R3 is possible. So the question becomes, is 233 lots better than 550 lots? That's really what it comes down to, right? So do we allow some small variances to allow him to do 233? Or do we say, nope, not it, and he goes back to his investors, or somebody else comes back and they go, great, we'll do it by the code. The code would allow 550. That's really what we're debating here. So the question is, do we allow some variances to lock this all into R2? Or do we say no, and we allow KB Homes or somebody, or, you know, some of these more tract home builders to come strip hillsides? But that's what I believe we're evaluating in front of us, right?
Madam Chairman, I'd like to ask for order.
Yeah.
Order, please.
So that's how I personally see what is happening here is because if not, and it was all R2, we would be here just evaluating them, and we might say, hey, no, but we're getting something in return for something else, right? We're getting R2 in return for some variances to be allowed. If we say no, then again, maybe the project doesn't come back. We have another person who comes in with R2, kind of tries to do the same thing, or whatever, or we have somebody come in and try and do 500 homes out here. So at least that's how I see it. I don't. Does anyone else see that different? I mean, I think that's what we're really evaluating here, is the difference between those two things, and whether that's a good deal or not.
Are a lot of those problems still going to exist, whether it's R2 or R3?
They are, and the next guy's going to come in. Sure, he could do R2 or R3 too, depending on. The thing is, I don't want to see the 550 homes. I agree. I want to see the 233 1-acre homes, and I think you'll make more money off the 1-acre homes. And I think he thinks that too.
I actually disagree. I don't think you would. I think you make more money off 500.
All right. Well, then the next guy's going to look at it, and I don't think KB Homes can come in and do it according to our standards, and them still make money. You know,
I mean, that could be.
But you know, I don't want to say definitively that, you know, we should be held to one standard or the other. If he wanted to do the half-acre homes and wanted to do them according to our standards, we wouldn't have any, you know, recourse.
But
rather
would we
than
actually
granted.
want that?
But we'd have to change the law if we didn't really want it. We'd have to change the standards. I mean, right now, he can do what he wants to there. But now, I agree. No, but I'm not disagreeing with you. I agree that I would rather have the 233 homes than the 550 homes there. And I also agree that every time he's came back, as insufferable as it's been, and it has been insufferable, you know, that he has been more specific in what he's asking, and that he's been limiting what he's asking. In other words, he's pointing out certain things, and the things that like Ashley said, right now we have a small list to approve tonight. You know,
I mean, it's taken 3 months to whittle it down, but
it's taken 3 months to whittle it down. And
so again, it comes back to me of, are these things that he's asking for worth locking the property into an R2?
Well, that's discussion we had last time, last time we were like, and I know the discussion was, do we want to lock this into a PDD so we can guarantee that this piece of property is never going to be developed into anything but 1 acre lot? And I mean, this is a showcase piece of property. It's a nice piece of property lot that's still left there on 281 right there, on the highway. It's your own personal viewpoint there. I mean, and we're not going to buy it and make it a park. I think it's a great idea, yeah, but I mean that's a great idea, but I mean we're not going to do it. Yeah. But
my concern is the flooding downstream. Is it, or what they proposing going to?
That will also be addressed during the drainage study, and they still have to follow the drainage manual, which is one of the strongest that we have in our state is within our city. They're not asking for any variance at all. They still have to comply with all of that.
And I would say that 500 homes is worse than 233, a lot more streets, a lot more houses and all that stuff. So, I mean, as much as I think we would all agree we don't want this property developed, we'd love to keep it the way that it is. I mean, it's going to get developed. That's right. So again, is this the one that we should say yes, okay, we think that this is a good plan, or is it just not a good plan and we just need to let somebody else come in and
we may approve it and maybe if you want, because we may be no water there in years now.
Right.
I mean, and council may do something different also, just in a couple weeks. So, to me personally, I mean, the gentleman that came the first month, when he was like, "This is the best we're going to get," right? I think we have worked really hard, not even us. I would say the developers worked very hard to get us even better than the one that we saw that first month.
Yeah. Oh, the list of different ones.
Now, one of the residents though brought up during the presentation, if we approve this PDD and we do miss something, the developer is under no obligation to follow whatever we missed.
Well, what we're going to end up doing is we'll make a recommendation. We'll go to council and find out if they are interested in pursuing approval. And then if they are, we'll start writing an ordinance to bring back at the meeting after that will nail all of this down.
So I would actually propose that we do a clean slate of the PDD, which is we only say these things and I don't care what any of this says.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Like, just say the only thing we're going to give you variances on are the things Ashley's going to say, and the rest of it, it's like, I don't care what's in the presentation, I don't care what's in anything, I don't care what's in the application. I'm going to give them variances to these things, and that's it.
Okay.
That's very refined.
It's very black and white, right? Like, we are only going to, we don't even really need to bring up the tree survey because he's got to do it. You just have to simply say, you're limited to your tree survey in this area.
Yeah, the only change on trees is that he can do 4 inches instead of 6, but he still has to replace all of the caliper inches
that he takes out.
That he takes out.
It could be 3 4-inchers
instead of 2
6-inch trees.
Yes, that's the only thing in regarding of trees that we're saying.
Right.
That's it.
So again, I think to eliminate a lot of this gray area back, what is in here, what isn't in here, I think we just simply say it would just be base R2 with these exceptions. That's it.
I can see that, and personally, I know that how y'all are thinking about this, and nothing but integrity that you're bringing this up. The thing I worry about is, I hate to be like, I don't know how to say it. I hate to give any gray area, so we need to be very plain. I mean, don't want to give anybody any gray area. And I hate to, too many times when you meet in the middle, both sides are unhappy. So I feel like we got to be very careful. We don't want to be in the middle. We want to demand we want. Okay, so, yeah, I think if we're just gonna do this, we just do it on these two or three specific items.
Because again, going back through it, right? So waiving the aspect ratio, I don't think any of us necessarily have.
We don't care.
No, those are crazy straight lines.
Right? And so we're gonna hold them to the road profile that he's put out, which is really a 60-foot. It's really the right way.
Same thing.
Like, we're just naming a horse of a different color. So it really is complying with the code.
Yeah, he's just pulling the property out of his lots that are.
Right, so that he can maintain 1 acre, because that's what Carmel wants for septic, right? The cul-de-sac is the same thing. The minimum footage of the cul-de-sac, I mean, that is a difference, but I don't see a huge issue with that. But I think the one that gives me the most heartburn is the cut and fill, the steep slopes, and the gray area that I feel like we have there.
That's gonna be a compliance nightmare, but that's not our issue.
Well, if we say it's unlimited within the area, it's not really a compliance issue because they can just do whatever they want within the area. So I think we might need to put some thought into that. We're not doing any of the tree stuff except the per inches of tree.
And then the tree survey just being on the disturbed area too.
Yeah, which we've done on many subdivisions before. And I think it's the right way, because again, I don't know. If this goes on for 3 years, or you put streets in, they don't build for 2 or 3 years on one of these phases, like I want a new tree survey. I don't want you using a tree survey that's 5 years old.
Yeah.
Because those trees could have grown. So I actually like that approach better than
But I'm
saying do it all.
understanding that he's not gonna touch it until it's got a water contract.
Well, I mean, yeah, he's not gonna build until he's water contract,
Right,
for sure.
he's not gonna do roads, it's not gonna do.
Yeah, but if we make him do the tree survey, again, I just want the most updated tree survey. We're taking trees out, I want the most updated tree survey.
Right.
I'm still scared to death. He's gonna start building and then we're gonna wind up with scalped up side of the hill with half-built roads. But that's, I don't know.
And then the riparian buffer stuff, I mean, it's really the 6 lots that we're reading.
Yeah.
It's not, I don't care about the little encroachments on those other lots.
Well, that's kind of why I'm thinking we don't touch the driveways.
We just leave it and he can come ask for variances on those 6 lots up the front.
Yes.
I like that. And then the parking lot dedication, he doesn't want us to touch it. So we have aspect ratio. I mean, we are giving, we're saying they're variances, but they're really not on streets. We're actually getting a better street. We're getting 20 foot,
Getting a better
8 foot wide arrays. So that's better. I think we need to hash out the disturbance and cut and fill in that area. Trees and then riparian buffers, we're not gonna touch those 6 lots. We just say, hey, you can dedicate an easement on that.
You can, it can be an easement.
So it's really the riparian buffers is really, and the aspect ratio is really the only variance we're really giving. I mean, it seems pretty good.
Yeah.
So it's just, what do we want to do on cut, fill, and disturbance?
Well, I thought that was only in the roadway and the driveway. that
For
we
what?
were addressing cut and fill at this time.
We are, but I'm still not sure that I'm comfortable giving him carte blanche in that 170 feet, the cut and fill, whatever he wants.
Yes. Well,
So
you know, put a limit.
that's where my head is. I don't know what the right limit would.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Well, we had discussed, limiting it just to road and driveway construction, so.
That's true. That is what we talked about.
And then technically that's allowed anyways, right?
Well, he's
What we
only
were
allowed
saying
potentially
earlier.
in the right of way.
So they'll be out of the right of way, in the area, we're talking about the 50 feet on each side of the right of way.
Right, so technically it's really only 40 feet because 10 feet would be in the right of way, just putting it in the lot because it needs to maintain the 1 acre lot. It's really 40 feet on either side of the road, so to speak. Just 50, but it's really 40. So it's like, is that too much? Should we limit that more? Say if you gotta go outside that, or do we limit the actual height?
What about the question that you asked though about if it's going to be required for the road? Right? I mean, because then it gets into, well, how far do we have to disturb in order to?
Well, that's what it is, right? So if you gotta cut 6 feet, you gotta slope that at a certain point. You're just getting further and further away from the road, right?
And if we limit, I'm just playing a devil's advocate here. If we limit it does that, and he does comply with whatever our limitation is,
Mhm.
does that create a more dangerous road?
I mean, the road is not to conform to standards. It's more of how we shaping it.
There really wouldn't be any limitation on the road, unless I missed something.
I'm saying like if we, because we're saying if you can't, right? You're not following that correctly.
Yeah, so it's a little nuanced,
So
right?
if we limit that 50 feet to,
So the problem is, technically he could build the roads probably just fine without disturbing any of it. The problem is you may have a 6-foot cliff on the side of your road.
Yeah.
Which is unsafe, right? And so we want him to bench and slope that into the land as it builds. So, right, that's why our code says what it says. You can disturb in the right of way, but then he's gonna have to put tiebacks in just to have a cliff face there, which seems kind of silly, right? Or vice versa, cutting into the, you cut a sheer face right at the edge of the lot, and the homeowner or whoever's gonna have to deal with that later. Or it's expensive. I don't think he's gonna just go cut randomly to cut. But that's why I'm a little weird, I just don't know the best way to get there on it. I mean, yeah.
Well, that we just did last time, but they said it would only be about the size of this, where they were gonna be doing those big. I mean, I guess it's a lot more in this property, because that's only, what, 22 acres up there.
but I think the big thing right now is they just don't know where or what this area is going to be yet. I mean, it's a matter of, I mean,
It's much easier.
they would have to come back
when
later.
you come back and you bring us one.
Yeah.
Right. Yep.
But then the question is, where his perspective is going to be on that is, he doesn't own this property. Right. If his group is willing to take the risk of us later, even if they bought it and they come forward and say, okay, here's the spots we need it, it's only as big as this dais, we can say no.
Right, and then they have a lot they can't get to, because it's 6 feet from the road to the lot.
And so from their perspective, they're asking for it now so that they're mitigating that risk of us saying no later. And I mean, we can't say, oh, well, we're gonna say yes later. Like we can't say that. No, we cannot. I'm with you guys that, again, I like having information later as well.
It's
But
supposed to be done.
yeah,
Because he's trying to mitigate risk from that.
yeah. I mean, to me, I'm almost like, let's we can make a motion that we feel good about, and we don't have any uneasiness with the gray area of it. And then it's the developer's then responsibility to decide what he wants to do with that information, right? Like he can still come forward, but he can either walk, or he says, okay, I'm willing to take
Figure
that
out
risk.
exactly where it is, or
Yeah.
take the risk where you come back and you say, hey, I want them in the PDD, just these areas, and I need you to keep that fill
Yeah.
these areas.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah. But if that's just gonna make us feel better.
Maybe you want to listen to Randy with his verbiage. I believe his verbiage is actually really good verbiage from the residents. I would just have to repeat it.
Which
verbiage
is?
I think the verbiage was for only driveways and road. Right, that you can do grading, true. Right, so question for you is, can you actually support that?
So to an extent, I mean, I have an engineering team that's gonna review the road plans. And they'll tell me if it's necessary.
Right, so Freezing Nichols is gonna be able to say, this is not necessary, they could do this, this, and this.
So if it's in some area, we're talking about a slope and their plan shows it going 45 feet, Freezing Nichols can look at that and say that, given the configuration, that only needs to be 27. And we'll change it and direct it to be changed.
So even if we say yes to what he's asking for in regards to this, that type of review is still gonna happen, and you guys can limit him later to 27 feet, even though he's still technically allowed to 50?
Yes, sir.
He's not allowed to 50. He's allowed, what I'm not really proposing, what I'm suggesting, if it's something you want to entertain, is that on those 50-foot zones, they be allowed to have the cut and fill restrictions lifted for bona fide road work that happens in that 50.
And they have to prove that it's road.
And and what that means is that they're gonna submit plans for the full scope of the road construction, and we're gonna count the ditches and everything else that's typically part of the road as part of the road, and everything that's gotta be built for that. And then our review engineer will also see if he concurs with their judgment about the scope of that, the footprint of that improvement. And we do that anyway now with regular road plans. We won't be able to interpose our opinion for theirs if we think something's better, but if they do something that we think is completely unjustified, we'll be able to roll it back.
Okay. In regards to this stuff, my personal opinion is that we say only the bona fide road construction. I think since he doesn't know, since we're not allowing the building pad aspect of it, there's no reason to allow the driveway aspect of it at this time.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Any other gray areas, concerns that we need to talk through a little bit more?
So Danny, it would be proper to say base zoning of R2 for the whole thing with only these exceptions. Okay. That should hopefully make it clean for you too.
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right, let's try it out. If I stumble, forgive me. This can be a lot.
Trust me, nobody's gonna forget it.
Okay. I make a motion that we recommend approval with conditions, item 2.4, a request by Samir Shahid with One Stop Group LP on behalf of Dash Interest LLC for the establishment of a PDD plan development district with the base zoning of R2 residential district for approximately 329 acres, generally located 1 mile north of the intersection of Highway 281 and FM 1863. The conditions are as follows. The base zoning of R2 is recommended approval. The applicant's request for lot dimension, R2 lot aspect ratios regarding to the depth and width is allowed. The rural, in regards to streets, the rural local street minimum ROW width is modified to 40 feet, but with a 10-foot drainage easement, 10-foot drainage on either side, which was to be an easement. The minimum centerline radius of 100 feet is approved. The centerline alignment versus curbs minimum length between tangents at 50 feet is approved. For cul-de-sacs, the cul-de-sac minimum right-of-way is 100 feet with, again, a 10-foot drainage easement on either side of the roadway. Actually, can I back up really fast? I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
In regards to the streets, the local street minimum ROW width of 40 feet, but this is including a 28-foot street of pavement, a 6-foot shoulder, and then also including that 10-foot drainage on either side. Back to where I was with the cul-de-sacs. Cul-de-sac minimum frontage of 35 feet is allowed. And regarding steep slopes, disturbance within steep slopes is allowed, but only within bona fide road construction. The cut and fills regarding to the with the 50 feet on either side of the ROW, and the disturbance of steep slopes only allowed in areas regarding bona fide road construction. Regarding trees, we will allow replacement trees to have a minimum caliper of 4 inches. For the tree survey, the applicant is allowed is required still to provide a tree survey with all of the documentation needed for our ordinances, but only within the area of study only needs to be within the disturbance area of the road right of way plus the 50 feet on either side. And for drainage facilities as well.
For all areas proposed to be disturbed.
Yes. All areas proposed to be disturbed. And regarding the riparian buffer, the applicant is allowed to encroach within the riparian buffer, but those areas of encroachment are required to be within drainage easements. Is that the right language for that?
That
one?
sounds right.
And that is it. Is there anything I'm missing?
I think we should restrict it to the number of lots that he's asking for, of instances of the right period buffer.
Okay.
Stick to the 6 lots.
No, he's saying there's only 50 to 55 instances of encroachment of residential lots. I think we should restrict it, so that way you can't go put more in the right period buffer later. So I would just say, and he's 55 at the top.
Okay, with the amending the riparian buffer recommendation to only allow the riparian buffer encroachment up to 55 lots, and that encroachment is required to be within a drainage easement.
Is that good enough for you? I'll second.
We have a first and a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. All right. Where we at? All right. Is there any public comments related to, not related to this agenda items? I don't have anyone signed up. Anything here? No. Public comments closed at 10:02, and we are adjourned also at 10:02. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.